Now, do you label your layers?
No, I
Oh,
don't.
oh. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? 'Twas the night before Thanksgiving. We have a special Wednesday night event of Gab and Doodle here. And we're going to have on a special guest tonight, one Cornelia Li. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Let me show a couple of books here. My guess is we will get going here in just a minute. I've been picking out colors for tonight, trying to find, I had my son help me pick some colors and adjust it and whatnot. But Cornelia Li is known, one of the more recent books here is Gravity is Bringing Me Down. Beautiful, beautiful book. The character designs, the colors, there's something about movement that Cornelia really captures in all the work that I want to sort of touch base with tonight and sort of talk about some of the gestures and the action that sort of shows up in a lot of it, i.e. things like this right there. So we're going to let Cornelia in a minute. We got a couple other ones here. So we got Who's Looking? We have The Trouble with Time Travel. And then we got Nature's Light Spectacular here. And so we got a bunch of books here, all Cornelia Li, along with other authors and things of the sort. But we're going to let Cornelia in, and we'll have a lovely conversation. And hopefully everybody's got some downtime before tomorrow if they're in the States and they celebrate the giving of thanks. But let me let our special guest in. I'm going to put a Ask Us Anything in the Ask Us. I don't know why it's hard for me to spell thing. There we go. Put that in there, and I'm going to pin that, and then I'm also going to make sure I have my feed up so it's nice and live, and then I will let our special guest in. There we go, and boom, pin. There we go. I'm going to let Cornelia in. Everybody ready? Here we go. We'll see how long it takes. And there we go.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. It's I know the night before holidays for us, but you're up in Canada, right?
Yes, so we had our Thanksgiving over a month ago.
Yeah. Okay. I knew that we'd scheduled a day before, but I didn't know if that was on our end or if that was on your end. I mean, tomorrow night would have been a mess anyways for us because we've been stuffed with food, and it was a real challenge to talk that night. But thank you for joining us tonight.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So one of the things I try to do at the beginning of this, and I always forget, but I remember this time, is I have people sort of give a quick synopsis of who you are for all those tuning in. Hopefully they know everything, and well, not everything, but hopefully they know a lot about you already. And so can you give those that don't, though, a quick synopsis of
Sure,
your background?
sure. So, my background is a tree, but jokes aside. Um, so I graduated from OCAD in 2014, so it's been 10 years.
Okay.
I graduated from the illustration program, and like many illustrators, I started off doing predominantly editorial. That was what my program mostly focused on, anyways.
Yeah.
But I know I always wanted to like do kids book eventually. But at the time, OCAD didn't really have a very strong children's book program. It was just one professor who's kind of like very traditional, just taught us like, oh, this is a spread, this is a like a spot illustration,
Yep.
but there's no information on the industry or anything
Exactly.
like that.
Sure.
So I spent the first, I think, 2, 3 years doing mostly editorial illustration. I work as a storyboard artist for a bit because I have to get it, get some kind of income.
Yep.
Um, and then the way I broke into children's book, I actually got really lucky. So I think this was 2017, 2018, thereabout. An art director from Cordo Publishing, so the Wide-Eyed Edition, um, invited me. It's like, oh, well, we saw your illustration. Yeah, that was the third book of the series.
Yeah.
Um, we started illustration on this newspaper. Like, we're starting this new kind of imprint. Are you interested in like illustrating our book on solar system? It was a very small book, only I think it was only 24 pages.
Okay.
But for me, it was like, okay, this is the opportunity to break in.
Yeah.
So of course I said yes. Um, and that's kind of how it started. And for the longest time, I was kind of, because I started off doing nonfiction on solar system, and this become like a 3-book series. So one on solar system, one on animals at night, and then Nature's Light
Yep.
Spectacular. So for the longest time, I kind of had this label as, oh, I'm the illustrator who did science topics for kids book.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
could see
how I
that. I'm
got a
looking at the
lot of
titles and I'm
those.
like, oh yeah, there's a lot of science in this.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of like one thing lead to another. So
Yeah.
so far, I think the more majority of the books I've done are science or science related. I think Chang'e was the only one that's not science related.
Yep. Yep.
And even what is it? The gravity one that was still about gravity, even though it's a fictional
But
book.
it's like a transitional out of the like pure science book. I was
Yeah,
reading through it again before we started, and there's like a narrative, but it has science facts in it, but it's not a like a pure education book. There's a narrative
exactly.
of the girl's like life and experience and whatnot. So,
Yeah.
um, did remind me real quick. You said OCAD. Is that Ottawa or is that
It's in Toronto. So
what is
downtown
yeah,
Toronto.
what does the O stand for though?
Ontario College of Art
Ontario.
and Design.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to remember if it was Ontario or Ottawa, and I couldn't remember because they're both sort of. I'm going to admit this is a big admission. You're up in Canada. Uh, the understanding of the Canadian provinces and where the cities are.
That's
Like,
quite all right.
I know Toronto. I know Ottawa. Uh, I'm not sure where Quebec is. It's somewhere in there. I'm not sure where Montreal. Like it's one of the things. Like I can barely do the states half the time, the United States. So when someone says OCAD, I'm like, okay, it's either Ontario or it's Ottawa, and I can't remember which. Um, so tonight we're gonna talk, we're gonna chat, we're gonna make, and my wife does a lovely job. I have to say that because she's my wife. She does a lovely job of keeping track of what materials we're using
Hmm.
and sort of what we talk about. And I know that looking through your work, I know that there's some traditional, there's some digital color and things of the sort that go on. But what are we working with tonight?
So let me just turn. So I'll just be working on the traditional
Okay.
aspect tonight. So I have something sketched out here. So I'll just be painting in black and white.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you normally work black and white and then do color after the fact?
digitally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do when I work in by hand, it's 100% black and white. All the colors are done digitally.
Okay. I know quite a few people that do that sort of like the black and white or grayscale
Yeah.
and then jump into the computer and adjust in that space. But and then so what materials, I mean you said black and white, what is the material of choice with this?
Oh, I really use anything to create the texture and the kind of effect I wanted. So I use pencil, watercolor, gouache, acrylic, ink, pencil crayons, color pencil, charcoal. So really anything to
Okay.
create the range of texture that I like.
Is there any sense of brands or anything that you're particular to with any of those? Like I know that like gouache, I'm a either a Liquitex or a Holbein,
Hmm.
but I know there's a bunch of different brands out there. Is there a brand of
Sure.
gouache or watercolor or those
Uh,
things?
so gouache, I just use this Turner designer gouache.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
Uh,
that's real gouache, not acrylic gouache,
That's
right?
real gouache.
Yeah.
That's the type that's like permanently water soluble.
Yeah.
And then with acrylic, I use the golden fluid. Yeah.
Okay.
And then with all my pencil crayons, I use the, what is this? The Faber Castell polychromo.
Yep. Yep. I know the ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I,
then, yeah.
I was gonna say, uh is it cheaper? This is going to be a weird question because I know that you work primarily, traditionally in black and white
Sure.
now. That means you don't have to go out and buy tons and tons of colors, right?
Yes. That's actually one of the main reasons I work in black and white, so I don't spend so much money on color.
As I was gonna ask, like, yeah, do you still have color in your studio, like for random things, or is it primarily just black and white, and then all the color is
Um,
solely digital?
of course, the I still have color paint from my school days.
Okay.
The last time I used colored paint is actually a really funny story. My partner and I was just moving out of his apartment, and then there was a bonk on the floor, so I was mixing brown paint to cover up the scratch marks using my acrylic. So that was the last time I used
Okay.
color.
I see we have a question here, and this is a good question right off the bat.
Yeah.
It says, do you work solely in black and white for clients or for yourself? Like if you're doing your own personal stuff, do you ever work with color, or is it still black and white and your personal stuff is always digital?
It's pretty much just black and white by hand. Sometimes I thought about going back to color, but I think at the end of the day, it's just like, oh, it's really expensive.
I just the amount of money sitting next to me spent on various tubes and paints and whatnot is kind of ridiculous. Um,
Yeah.
so the other question that I have for you is tonight, what are we making? Like I know I see that there's an image there, but it's a little uh, blown out on the screen, so I can't quite make out
Let me just put the phone in the.
in the holder. Uh-oh. Do we lose? Do we lose Cornelia there? I see a little circle going. Hopefully that's it's going slow on the bottom. Can people still hear me? That's the question. Can people still hear me? Oh, it looks like Cornelia might have dropped. That's why. Let's accept back in. Let's see if this does it. Hang in there, everybody. Okay, people can hear me. That's good. So I know that's at least I've ruled out that it's not on my end. It's a matter of, but I don't want it to be on Cornelia's end either. So let's see if I can get this. I'm going to see about. I said accept. Hold on one second. We're trying. Yeah, Cornelia, I see that. I'm gonna request that. I'm gonna add you a different way and see if I can get you in that way because it's not accepting the request. Give me one second. I just have to type it in. Huh. Okay, let's try this again. Let me see. It just said it dropped on this end for a second. The search. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna send an invite. Let's see if this one works. Worth the wait. There you go, Teacher Merit. Hey, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries.
I have the technical capability of a 60-year-old. Just trying to clip this without breaking the phone or disconnect again.
The way mine's set up, every once in a while, I end up with turning up the volume or turning down the volume completely on it, and so the way it rigs into my system here.
Okay. So yeah, I know it's a bit hard to see. I will say so. Let me just so this is gonna be what I'm working on tonight. So this is the line art. I do my line art, my sketches digitally, and then I just use the iPad as a tracing, um, like a
Oh yeah.
like light box, and just directly trace onto the paper.
Can I ask one quick favor? Is there a
Yeah.
way to turn your phone so it's
No.
vertical? Because right
Let
now
me.
you're sideways on it. Yes, that direction. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully this works.
Okay. Perfect. No, this is. I mean, I think when I here, I'll do this on mine. I have my little sketch on the wall here, which
Ooh.
seasonal. Trying to figure out a holiday card, and so I decided I'm going to do a Nutcracker
But that's
uh,
adorable.
little ballet of sorts with the lady. I don't even know who the lady. I've seen a Nutcracker many, many times, but I don't know what that big dress lady is. But
The sugar plum fairy?
is that who that is? The big dress?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I know there's a mouse that's like a prince and fights a Nutcracker, and then there's a lady with a big dress, and so that's what we're getting. And so it will be that of some sort. Um, so let's switch our cameras and we can just start to talk and make and sort of play and if the conversation goes wherever, if you want to redirect it at any point, don't hesitate, just jump in. And then the other rule of thumb is that um, we I go for quite a ways tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You are more than welcome to bow out at any point should you want.
Okay.
Um, it's a question of just uh, or not a question. It's a matter of just let me know, so you don't just
Sounds good.
drop out of nowhere, and we will manage accordingly.
Sounds good.
So let's jump back a little bit, and I want to actually touch base on something you said early on, which was that when you were in school, the focus was on editorial, and you didn't really have that much kidlit opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, did you, when you did have that class, was it a instant sort of like, this seems like it would be fun, or was it a, because like even for me when I was in school, I took a class, but it was a very like, one-off, and I didn't really see the connection or the long term in it for a while. And I'm wondering, was it a quick, like, instantaneous love?
Um, I think for me, when I went into illustration from kind of high school to university, I kind of wanted to work on books. It was only until I got in university I kind of realized, oh, I can also work on magazines and other things. So, um, this is where I kind of went into the class with the hope of I can learn a lot from it, but it turned out to be the professor was very, very hands off.
Okay.
So it was just, by the way, guys, this is a spread. A spread contains two whole pages. Pick your own story and draw your own thing.
Yeah, there wasn't the detail or the insight that you need.
Yeah.
That's stuff that you should get in a general class, not a children's book class. But
No.
obviously, you still liked it, I assume, even though maybe the assignments or the instruction wasn't what you
I
wanted.
think it was it ended up being a very stress-free class, which compared to some of the other class, I do appreciate, but I do wish I learned, like I could have learned more from it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there a lot that you had to learn on? I was about to say on the road, but that's not the right term. But like on the fly in process with working on the books, like the science books that you worked on first with
Sure.
what is it, Wide Eyed.
Yeah.
Uh, Obviously, that was your first introduction to it. But did
Mhm.
that mean that you were having to really figure stuff out without a lot of help, or were they helpful in some way?
Oh, so for some of the stuff are pretty intuitive. So I know the very, very basic, like the files need to be 300 DPI at
Yeah,
least and that kind of things. But it was more the process and sometimes the special terminologies like the bleeds, make sure you avoid the centerfold, and there's the end papers and like the title page. And I was like, what, what's the significance of all those things? I thought I just give you an image. So I think early on with nonfiction it wasn't too bad, especially later on when I first began to work on fictional picture book. I think the very first one was The Trouble with Time Travel. There
yeah,
was a lot I had to learn about um, what is it, story beat and that kind of things, which I was like, oh, it wasn't something I have to actively think about when I worked on single image
yeah,
editorial illustrations.
yeah, yeah. You weren't thinking sequence; you were thinking sort of one-offs or an
Yeah.
immediate. I mean, I had the same thing. I started out in editorial,
Mm-hmm.
and I I think I had maybe a little bit more of a jump in earlier because I worked in animation for a while and doing
Yeah.
storyboards.
Yes.
You learn sort of story beats in a different way or a different
Yes.
approach, but effectively sort of in that same realm. So was there lots of this I don't even know if you want to admit this at all. Were there lots of mistakes
Oh yeah.
along the way? What?
I think there was definitely a lot of mistakes, especially when I first started working non fictional picture book. What happened was, like as you mentioned, I had a little bit of experience with storyboarding. So when I first, the pacing of storytelling is very different doing picture book versus storyboarding for a kids book, not
Yeah.
kids book, sorry, a kids show, an episode. So I tend to, I tend to think from scene to scene a lot instead of kind of thinking from beat to beat.
Yep.
So that was a problem. So I remember my art director's like, all your shots are so similar. We need to have more variety, or we really need to move the story along by this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
That's the one that I always want, and I think it's a fight for me when it comes to illustrating books. After doing that, is the beat in animation, the like hold on a shot for a long time,
yes,
just for that effect of like the dead silence. You can't really do that in a picture book. Like most publishers don't want to do a series of spreads that nothing
yeah,
happens in a row, just to
exactly.
have that like delay. And so you have to, like you said, move it along relatively quickly. Um, and it's still one of those things where like I wish I could have a 500-page picture book so I could really hold on shots that I want and challenge the speed at which things move. Um, is there were there other things that you sort of learned on the fly that you uh, not necessarily that you wish you knew before, but like that you think were surprising, or for someone who's interested in breaking into the industry, things that you're like, this is the number one thing I would be careful of.
Um, I'm trying to think while I work. I'm not very good at multitasking. Uh, well, I think I tend to pause on the drawing side, which is
You'll get
awful.
you will get used to it throughout the night.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will get used to it.
Uh, so what's something bringing to picture books? I think character able to draw the same character consistently,
Okay.
again and again. I think that was a big thing. I didn't realize it could be a problem, but it's not until I started doing that, like, oh, and consistency. Um, that was a big
And
one.
again, that's
Um,
probably a holdover, I assume, because of the working on editorial or a single image. You draw it one time,
exactly.
you have to rethink or challenge that in any way.
Yeah. And I think another thing aspect is the character design, because editorial looks for a certain way to represent like how people are drawn. And then animation, because I worked on very like standard commercial-esque style animation. So it got that like stereotypical 3D animation
Yeah.
look. And when I first started designing characters for kids book, I was told like, "Oh, your character look too cartoony. It looks like it's for a show." Or the adults they look too non-kids friendly. So I think it's just the character design aspect of it
Do you
that
do you still struggle with that in any way?
I think I've gotten better with time, but there's still a lot of room for improvement, I would say, especially with drawing adults. That's why I don't draw adults in my books a lot.
So I have the exact same problem. Like I can draw a kid, I can draw an adult, but I don't think that they live in the same world. If that
Yes.
makes sense. Like the adult looks too much like a real person, and a kid looks too much like a cartoon, and they don't
Yeah.
really. It's hard to find that middle ground where they split the difference.
Yeah.
Is there? So tell me a little bit about sort of your exit from school
Mm-hmm.
and start illustrating. And obviously, we all have our starting points and the things that we worked on, and some of them we're proud of. Some of them we have, may not want to shout out to the world, going, "Hey, look at this thing," because it, was horrendous or it was of its time,
Right.
but it's not today. Um,
Right.
you get out, you start working. What were some of the first jobs that you got?
Um, so I've because I was based in Canada, my first jobs, a lot of times they were just smaller magazines in Canada. Um, I right after school, I did a mural for a local Sheraton hotel, which was a really cool experience. But they really underpaid me. I think that's another
Mm.
thing I was really lacking in knowledge in, which is how much I should be charging, like the business side of
Yeah.
illustration.
Was it?
So
Did they teach that at all at school, or was that something
they
that
did.
just
They did.
okay?
They have. There was a course, and the professor, um, she was a wonderful lady. But I think out of school, because as a young artist, you're just so desperate for work, you're scared of, oh, what if like I gave a quote that's too
Yeah.
high and I got turned down, or you're just eager to accept whatever comes your way, because you know, kind of like there's that desperation, I guess.
Yep. I get it.
Um, yeah. So deep down, like, oh, I should ask for more. But when they kind of, hey, is this quote good? Yeah, can I have $50 more?
Yeah.
So so there was a lot of that starting off. I think another thing I really struggled with was I know I had some friends who just have a really strong personal voice or artistic voice developed since they were school. Like their work is just so immediately recognizable and it's already so mature and established. And I felt like it took me longer to figure out my personal style or voice, as it were. And that was something I felt like for the while I was like, oh, can I even be an illustrator? Like I don't have a strong style. My work are everywhere. They still feel like student work. So there was that challenge.
And there's also the challenge, and I don't know if it was the same for you, but when you work in animation, you're generally working in a studio or on contract based stuff, and you're trying to match
Yes.
the style of everybody else's, or not everybody else, but you might have a project where you need to replicate a style that is not naturally yours, and so
Yeah.
you get adaptive, and so all of a sudden it's every project you're changing style, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden at the end of the day, what is your style?
Yeah.
That can be up to interpretation.
Yeah.
Um, did you find the transition like as a whole, and I'm not saying obviously there's challenges and there's things that come along the lines where you struggle as an artist when you're first getting out, and like the idea of like how to price your work or how to value what you do
Hmm.
is always a challenge for everybody. But was there a was it in general, was it a good, like, rewarding process?
Um, Generally, I would say it was it was I learned a lot throughout this process. I think I got out of school in 2014, and then the first 2 years I was hardly making any income out of freelance.
Yeah.
And I actually went back to school for a year to study animation, and that's how I got into storyboarding.
Oh, okay.
Um, I think I went back, I think 2016, 2017, I was working full time in studio as a storyboard revisionist at first, and then getting into storyboarding. But at that time, I was also beginning to get a bit more freelance illustration work. So at that time, I was speaking to my parents. I was like, Mom and Dad, like, I want to quit my full time job to try the freelance thing again. And I have enough money saved, like I wouldn't be immediately on the streets if, it doesn't work out. So this was 2019.
uh,
Um,
okay.
yeah. And then luckily it worked out for me.
Yeah,
So,
that could have had a
um,
very bad ending for the story based on that year, but you plugged.
yeah.
Okay. What was were your parents supportive of that decision?
They
Or
were.
yeah,
They were. I think this is where I really appreciate it, especially sometimes growing up in the Asian community. I definitely have friends whose parents like, no, you need to study a more practical, you have a more practical career path, or
yeah,
that kind of. I hear a lot of that. Especially, I went to a high school that was extremely academically competitive. Everybody was becoming doctors or engineer or studying
yeah.
finance. So.
And there's
Um,
little old you going,
yeah,
I want to draw cute little kids and puppies and yeah.
actually, the funny thing is, I actually went to an art high school, but all my friends they're studying art as a hobby to feel to kind of as a side thing, but then they're still
Yeah.
studying to be a doctor. So
Oh,
when so it's really interesting when actually. started going into art as a serious career choice. So it's kind of like, oh, you're actually studying art, but you're doing well in math and stuff. Like, I don't like math.
That's the the curse of all the school that I teach at. One of the things they sell themselves on, which I think is hilarious, is that you don't have to take math classes. And there are so many students that get excited by that, but then when they come in and we have to teach them how to use a ruler, or they're not good with equations when they have to like scale something up or figure out a proportion issue, that's when it really shows its ugly head, that they're not keen on spending time doing mathematic equations, all of it. Was Did you know early on that art was the thing? I mean, you mentioned the idea of sort of uh, the expectation that in sort of Asian households of finding a career,
Mhm.
and I know that that's a thing, and I'm not. I mean, maybe I'm generalizing, but I do know that that is a concern in certain cultures of the arts are not always seen as the profitable or the best way to go about making a career for yourself. Did you always love art? Was that something that your parents supported?
Yeah, my parents have always been very supportive, which I do really appreciate. My grandpa was an artist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there was that love for the creatives, kind of,
Yeah.
I guess, tracing back to the family. Um,
It's hard.
like,
It's hard to be angry when their own parents did it.
yeah, especially my grandpa was a very difficult time because this was back in China in the 60s where, artistic kind of references or books are very hard to come by,
Yeah.
and he still tried to do the best he could. So,
Was he? What kind of artist was he?
he worked in it's obviously he was hired by the like it's a state
Yeah.
job. He worked in theater production for a while.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so kind of set design, things like that.
Cool. That's the it's one of those things where like of that era too. I mean, I don't know exactly when that would be, but I'm imagining 60s and
Yeah,
whatnot. The idea of like the scope in which an artist gets funded by the state or the government to make things could be very very wildly different. And theater is one of those ones I wasn't expecting. That's cool. I like it.
yeah.
Uh, did you grow up with your grandfather heavily, or was he?
No, he passed away when I was two,
Uh,
unfortunately. But my dad kept all his sketches, kept all his books
yeah,
from back in the days, so I grew up with those a lot.
that's very sweet. The idea of like he wasn't around, but in a sentimental way, he was through those resources. Did you pour over those books frequently, like look through them
I did.
at that point?
I did actually, because early on they weren't the only sources because my parents bought me a lot of books, but they were some of the earliest kind of instructional books on how to do life drawing or how to do like the more academic art style rather than just kids
Yeah,
book.
yeah. Now, when you jumped into kids' books, was there an immediate sort of like was it like flipping a switch at that point? Because it seems to
Um,
me like right now that is the star for you. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a stepping stone to something else.
I feel like uh, when I work on children's book, I'm the happiest, generally speaking, and I think there's something. Um, Editorial, they're very fast paced. There can be like I get to work on a range of topics and kind of themes, which is really fun. But there's something about having the physical book in your hand at the end of like
Mhm.
this long process that just feels very rewarding.
Feels. What about getting like magazines and stuff like that? Did you ever get printed copies?
Uh, no, there are too many.
Well, and maybe this is a generational thing. And I know that now I just get a PDF, and it's like, here's your what it looked like. But
Exactly.
when I started out, you would get tear sheets, and so you'd get for anybody that doesn't know, a tear sheet literally is they would print the magazine or whatever it was going to be in, and they would literally tear out the page that your work was on and send you the page. Um,
Yeah.
and certain point they just started sending you the whole magazine because it was cheaper than trying to tear out the pages. But so there, that idea though of like seeing a physical copy of your work, the first time you had that was with picture books then?
Yeah, yeah. I think that was really rewarding. And another thing is with my editorial style, I work completely digitally. So
Oh, that's
it
true.
was, yeah, so it doesn't feel like maybe I'm just really old school, but for me, there's something about working by hand or on paper with pens and pencils and brushes that it just doesn't feel quite the same when I work 100% digitally.
Is there with, I mean, obviously you go to digital before you send it. So
Yeah.
so you're sending, you're never sending like the an original in. You're always sending in a digital file.
Yes.
So like, you really don't see it in print until it shows up. Or do you print stuff ahead of time to see what it's going to look like? 'Cause I know.
No, I usually don't. Usually I just wait until the proofs are in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, I have a question for you. This is a loaded question potentially because it's a challenge for me at all times because I work traditionally. I scan, I send it, and then I get the print.
Hmm.
But because you're working in black and white and you're doing all your color digitally, how close is the color to what you are looking at on screen? How much correction do you have to do?
Uh,
You know,
Usually it turns out fairly close because because I usually work in CMYK and I try to
yeah.
get the color coded files from the publisher when I can and just try to do my best to match everything before it gets printed. So I rarely get just kind of shock when I get the proof. Like sometimes there's like, oh, I can make a bit of adjustment here, or overall I can tone it down or brighten it up a little bit, but usually
Yeah.
there's no
It's not
kind of like,
off. Uh,
yeah.
sorry, yeah. I mean, I don't think my stuff is way out. It's always darker. And
I feel like that's a common thing that printed materials always appear darker
oh, I
um,
mean, they
on
do.
paper.
You're not dealing with the light from the screen,
Yeah.
and it's not backlit. So you're always going to have, even if you have CMYK, it's always going to be darker. But it's one of those things where it's like it's a little frustrating after a while to always have to not have it match exactly. And you know,
Yes.
colors are never going to be the same, no matter how much you tweak it. It's never going to be the exact same as the original.
Yeah.
Um, I just it's one of those things where like because you work digitally for the color, that idea of like how much control do you have over that, or is it still challenging in some way? Is sort of the interest level that I have. Um,
I feel like it's actually much easier to work on color digitally, at least for me, because with I when I first tried traditional with color, one of the biggest problem I have is between image to image or spread to spread, I cannot keep the color consistency. Like the shade of green will be a little bit different, or the shade of like I cannot remember how much yellow and
yeah,
blue I used to make this certain color. So that was not an issue when I color digitally.
yeah, that's it. Proper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and with another aspect was with color painting color, it's the reproduction. Like this black and white, I just scan it in. Whereas color sometimes I feel like, oh, the color is off, or some of the details are not captured. Um, so I just kind of find it easier to work in black and white and just deal with all of the color digitally after.
do you do you have a setup for how you manage the color? Because one of the things that I like about your work in general is there's a real sort of robust variety of color that shows up in all the work. So it's you know like I'm the type of person who like to control my palette and I like to sort of like limit what's in front of me, partially because of that
Mhm.
issue that you talked about. Like I don't remember how much I mixed of this and how much I mixed of that, and
Right,
if I limit that to a small number, then I can't be that far off.
right.
But with your work, one of the things I really love about it is there is such variety and there is such a change from not necessarily change in a bad way, but like you might have something that has a little bit of a different palette from page to page, and it all works together. But you have a
Mhm.
method for managing all those colors, or
Um,
or to rein them in, or whatever you want to say.
Actually, that's the funniest thing is that I always wanted to try limited color palette. I cannot, like, I just cannot work with it. I always kind of go overboard with how much color I have. Um, so one way I try to do it now is I would do a test spread. And then before I do the test spread, I would find all sorts of references of people's work with color palette that I love. I think one artist I really that kind of I find was Matthew Forsyth.
Hmm.
His work has a lot of color, but it works. It doesn't look overwhelming or too crazy. So I try to kind of keep it to a simpler, like let's say I'll have a complementary color scheme, but then I will use all sorts of shades of blue and all sorts of the shades of orange to kind of like keep it within the two color group, if that makes sense. So it's not like red, blue, pink, purple, everything.
Yeah. So you do limit in a way, but you don't limit in the sense of like you can only use this one red and you can only use
Yeah,
blue or things of the sort.
yeah. And then once I have the one spread done, for the future spread, I would just color pick all of that
Gotcha.
finished spread. So I'm not introducing a bunch of other crazy colors into
Yeah.
it.
It's one of those, like, everybody has their method, and to me it's easier for me to limit just because of uh I mean, I don't have a lot of colors to play with in general because I'm dealing with whatever's in the tube, and it's, I can't pick from the lovely little color swatch thing that's in Photoshop, and so I have to be limited to begin with. But uh it's a ease of process for me, and I know that some people like Matt Forsyth, the one you particularly mentioned, like the amount of color that shows up in every little stroke on the page. It's not just like he picks one colored pencil and draws a line. It has, 15 colors in
Yeah.
it, and it all just connects in a lovely way. And I wish I had that ability, but I don't think I do at this point. um, so tell me, one of the discussions that I always like to have, and this is, um, you sort of started with something that was in the same range of uh, you mentioned that you don't, or you didn't really know what your style was, or that people had a defined aesthetic,
Hmm.
and then you sort of been discovering it, I assume, as time goes on. But
Hmm.
do you feel like you have found it at this point? Does it feel like it's still, I mean, obviously it changes, my guess, from day to day, from project to project,
Sure.
shape or form, but do you feel like you're sort of settling in?
Uh, I think after 10 years working, I'm just starting to find my voice. And I think one of the breakthroughs for me was the gravity
Okay.
book. I feel like oh, I can work with it, I feel like I'm finding a style with the process itself and the color palette and just the stylization. I think it's I'm finally starting to find my voice. But again, I feel like I'm looking at my own work from book to book. There's just something different with every book. Um, of course, sometimes that is because of the topic, like Chang'e, because it's Chinese mythology. It's very different aesthetically than something more modern and humorous like
Yeah.
Gravity. But the sort of the mindset or the approach is finally starting to becoming more systematic,
I
if
mean,
that makes sense.
I definitely see, variety in the books, but I also see that there is a lot of connection of, like, one of the things that got me, and this is going to sound pretty like minutia probably for you, but the hair on the characters feel like they come from the same world, from book to book. Like, though not necessarily that the character design is the exact same in each, but there's something about the edge and the flowiness of, like, the colors that you choose, and keeping a little bit of um, what do they call that one? Hair flyaways, where it's like
Hmm.
a little bit of hair comes out and sort of separates from the bunch, or from the rest of the hair. Like, that is something that you capture really well in all your work. And like I said, it's a weird thing to fixate on, but to me that is, like, quintessentially, that is something that would tell me that it's your work, is the way that you address that edge in
Oh
particular.
wow. I'm not even doing that consciously, I feel like.
No, but it is. It's like, it's in a way like everybody. It's almost like they live in the same world, but not always the same town.
I think that's a really beautiful way to put
Yeah,
it.
they're neighbors. They're not in the same household. There's something of that sort. And so, like, to me, I see a lot of connection, and I understand. I have the same issue with mine, where I feel like every book looks so wildly different. but I imagine there's lots of crossover and you know, things that are not necessarily as uh, dramatic as I make them out to be when it comes to style. But so, is there something that you can sort of pin down though that you think is like the thing that you excel at when it comes
Um,
to aesthetic? What's your calling?
something. I think right now, one aspect, I wouldn't call it my calling, but I guess it's just an aspect of my work that I enjoy or I like how the end result turn out would be the way I kind of handle color. I think I finally find a way to incorporate the digital and the traditional aspect to make it look in a way that I like. Like it's colorful but not too overwhelming and it's kind of fun. Um, I think that was something that I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of.
Do you find, and this is a question that again a lot of people that tune in are sort of like interested in starting out a career
Yeah.
in kid sort, but do you find, and this is why I'm asking it this way, do you
Mhm.
find publishers have a specific look they're looking for from you? Like obviously with something like the wide-eyed books, you have to uh, since they're a series, you want them to sort of look the same.
Mhm.
And I, but do you have people going like, "Ooh, can you do it in this style?"
Sure.
Or
I think one thing that publishers kept mentioning or come up in conversations, but like we like the way you handle color and light. Like your work look like it's glowing from within, like the way I color.
yep.
So I think that was one aspect, like something I hear repeatedly. So I imagine that was something that they find attractive for the particular projects they have in mind.
Do you is that something that you intend every time, or is that just the color itself, like the way that like do you intend to have it glow?
Um, Initially, not really, but I just as I was experimenting, I just find like, oh, this looks nice. I'm gonna keep doing it,
Yeah,
and it just kind of organically became a signature in my artwork, I think.
gotcha, gotcha. I'm. It's one of those things of like there's stuff that I do consciously, and I
Hmm.
make this, and there's probably even
For sure.
more so that are just it's the way that things happen when I touch it, and it's not
Yeah.
that decision. And I know that like color and some of those things happen, but I also know that some of this is like uh, the love of mistakes and the love of play and allowing that to happen organically and not necessarily through a plan of attack. Do you get to play often when it comes to art, or are you kind of? I mean, obviously you must have books under contract, and you're always jumping from project to project.
Hmm.
But do you get the opportunity to sit down and just like try something new?
It's been a while since I had the opportunity. I just wrapped on a book project and I'm just immediately jumping on another project because it's just been crazy schedule wise. But I try for every book, I aim to try something different. So, or a different technique or a different approach, especially with the early test spreads. I think with Chang'e, for example, because it was Chinese mythology, what I did instead of working on this is vellum Bristol, I worked on sumi paper. So
Oh
for
yeah, okay.
traditional Chinese and Japanese ink painting. So I did a lot of that. And at first, I really regretted it because it was very, very difficult to control the ink flow. The paper and the ink behave very
Yeah.
differently than watercolor paper. And I was regretting it, but for the earlier spread, some of them I repainted 4 or 5 times just because I couldn't get it right. And the art director's like, "We need the work. You're late." I'm like, "I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I'm trying here."
Wait, how over were you on deadline?
Um, well,
Oh, okay, don't
I think
admit it. Don't admit it.
I think it was like months, plural.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't need to admit that. But it's one of those things like I'm a person who dreads being over on deadlines. But I also know that like life happens. Like this time I cut it close. I hand
Right.
finish artwork on Sunday night for a book that I've been working
Mm,
on for months, and it was I was sick at a certain point, and there's
right.
just stuff in the way of life, and sometimes you got to make those. You know, it's a question of priority of work and life, and sometimes life has to take precedence. Um, but yeah, the reason why I was asking time is just some people say I'm a little late, and some people say I'm very late, and those are subjective depending on the person.
Yeah, I think for me, it wasn't so much that I was procrastinating. It was just sometimes I get too ambitious. Like I want to do this cool thing. And I think one aspect of my work was perhaps you notice it's like there's a lot of details.
Yep.
And sometimes when I try to work in a more simplified style, okay, no, 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 we want your detailed style. We don't want the simplified look. And it's like, oh, okay, kind of came with a lot of time. And sometimes it was just I kind of dug my own grave, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, the book that I just wrapped up, the first, it's a fourth in a series, and it's one of those things wherein like I went back and looked at the first book, and it has definitely evolved over time and has become more detail oriented,
Mm-hmm.
like super detail of any sort. But it's definitely like the first book in the series is very loose
Yeah.
by comparison, and it's just time and what needs to be in the book needs to be more detailed or needs those little nuances, and it just evolved over time. And I need to figure out if I do another one in this series how to go back a little bit so it's a little looser and more playful as time goes on. um are you, when it comes to schedule, and not necessarily in the sense of like meeting deadlines, but are you someone who uh sits down every day and works, or are you someone who needs to sort of take breaks from the work?
So the way I used to work is I feel like as I gotten older, I can't stay up as much, definitely.
Okay.
I used to be able to one of the craziest things I did while I was starting off because I was working full time as a storyboard artist in studio, so 9 to 5,
Uh-huh.
plus 4 hours of commute every day. Um,
Whoa.
Yeah, I live. This is another reason I tell people what motivated you to be a freelancer. My hate for commute. It, it was 4 hours every day, and I the craziest things I would do is I would be working in studio, and I get home, I work on a tight editorial deadline and or book project or whatever,
Yeah.
working till dawn, and then just pack up and go to work again.
Ugh.
I
Like,
I
no,
cannot do that anymore.
meaning no sleep, or just like an hour of sleep
Well,
and
I
then.
would sleep on the commute, but like actively,
Oh, okay. It was a train
yeah,
or something that you were.
yeah. It was a train.
Okay. I thought you were driving, and then when you
No,
said,
no, I
"Oh
don't
no,"
I don't drive.
yeah, okay, gotcha. That is a crazy commute, though. I thought I have a long commute, but that is
Yeah.
treacherous. Um, I mean, I've gotten to the point now, and I know I'm older than you, but I've gotten to the point where like weekends, I try to, unless I'm under a major deadline,
Mm-hmm.
like weekends are off limits. Night times really depends, but I have a full time job still
Wow.
as a professor, and so it's a matter of like there's just times where in order to get stuff done you have to work at night. But I have learned that I can't sacrifice freedom and time for me and my family uh,
Exactly.
just to meet the deadline. And sometimes you have to figure out how to like work around that. And it means that I get closer to the deadline every single time than what I would have in the past. Let's put it that way. Were you a pushing the deadlines when you were in school?
Uh, yeah.
The
I,
hesitation.
it was I was always I think this is where I guess like sometimes I forget like in school and sometimes even now I admit I make this mistake that when I work on something that it is a commercial project, like there's a schedule, there's production, but sometimes I just get lost in the artwork, and then I would just kind of delve into the details, and then by the time it's done, it's like, yeah, it's great, but now you're short on like how many hours or days behind because I was working on the details or, doing whatever I wanted to do.
So let me ask a question related to that then. So like you start working on a project,
Mm-hmm.
and that takes a certain amount of time. You're managing, you're making beautiful artwork, and obviously it's not like you're wasting time. You're making beautiful artwork in the process, so it's not like it's wasted of any sort. But you start to get a crunch in your time, and they start to say, "Hey, this has got to be done soon."
Mm-hmm.
Are you working on spread to spread? Are you like, how do you manage the idea that in order to speed up or to get something done, do you have to are are you having to like loosen up on some of the spreads
Right.
and in a different way than what you would naturally?
Actually, because the way I work, so for example, I think I can show this. So this is a project I've done recently. You can see it's all in parts.
Okay.
So what happened what would be as I work further into the project, like I'm finishing the later spreads, some of the elements I could reuse from the earlier spread,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, I don't need to redraw this tree. I don't really need to redraw that plant because I can just take that part from earlier spread.
Yeah. Copy and paste.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So that kind of speeds up the process.
Okay. It's one of those like I am a person who I worry about consistency, not just in the style of the character, but also because I'm painting traditionally, trying to keep the colors
Yeah.
consistent, which means
Yes.
I don't work on an individual spread and then go to the next spread. I work on spreads at the same
Yeah.
time, make it a little bit easier. But I know that like that also becomes a challenge when you start to, push a deadline like I did this time. I know that there are certain elements in the book that I maybe didn't give as much time as they deserved, just because I was trying to meet the deadline.
Yeah. Sometimes that definitely happens with me too. I try
Yeah.
to usually work on several black and white paintings for like 2, 3 spreads, and then I work on the color. So they kind of come in
Gotcha.
batches.
Gotcha. I mean, I think that's kind of what I do too. Is it's like 3 or 4 spreads, finish them, then move on to the next 3 or 4, finish those, and continue down the line. But it's all like project management skills that they don't always teach you when you're in school.
Yeah.
And then you get out and you're like, I've never dealt with something that's this long, or I've had months to work on it.
Yeah.
How long does it normally take you to finish a book?
Um, well, depending on the book.
Okay.
Uh,
How long did
I
they
think,
give you to get it done?
pardon me?
Said, how long did they give you to get it done?
Um, man, sometimes the project get like they overlap. Sometimes I've worked on 2, 3 books at once, and then I never really done the math. I think with the Glow in the Dark series, I didn't have a long time. I think it was 4 to 6 months. It was a shorter book too.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I think some of the other books, sometimes it's also like I get a project manuscript, but then the writer need more time to work on the manuscript too. So I don't know if I should take account of those time
Yeah.
in too. So like I would submit a sketch, but then they need a longer time in between time to kind of review or rework the manuscript a bit. So I don't know if that counts. But if I think it would be easier for me to put it this way, I can finish um I would say 2 spread like color spread a week for the
Okay.
final.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the,
yeah,
the reason I ask in particular is just again that idea of the speed in which someone works and meeting deadlines, and those are skills that it does take time and practice to build up, for those that are getting out of school to like understand you don't have a semester or you don't have a year to make something. Sometimes it's you might have multiple projects and you're trying to just wrestle time the whole uh, for
for
months
sure.
and hopefully come out on the other side better off. But um, is there I mean, you mentioned the idea of the science sort of aspect, and yeah, there's a lot of science in the books, and I know that like even some of mine, there's like a slight educational bend. Sometimes it's sciencey, sometimes it's something else.
Hmm.
Um, is that something that you enjoy? Are you a science buff in general?
I wouldn't call myself a science buff, but it's definitely a topic I'm very interested in. So, in general, I definitely love working on science topic books, but also I don't want to limit myself to it.
Yeah. Is there?
So I don't want to be like typecasted as like, oh, she does science stuff.
Yeah, that's right now. I think I have a total of 4 books that deal with money, and I'm done dealing with money. I don't want to draw money anymore. Basically, is what it comes down to.
Mhm.
Uh, but if the right project comes in and the right price, things can change.
Yes.
They change. Um, is there a subject in particular? Like, now, correct me if I'm wrong. Have you written any books?
No, I haven't yet. I did this kind of like my big next big step. I'm hoping to write something for next year and submit and all of that, but I haven't gone to that stage yet.
You have Karen Wiseman, right?
Yes.
ABLA. Um, we're ABLA siblings. You have
Oh,
Karen. I have Jen Lofgren, and so we're semi adjacent uh, in our agenting. Is that something that Karen has been sort of pushing you to do, or is that something that you just naturally want to aim towards at some point?
I think it's something I want to do from the beginning. I feel like I'm not a intuitive writer. I think even now when I think of books, I kind of think in pictures. Like I'm hoping maybe to be able to do a wordless picture book one of the days.
Yeah.
Um, but she's been very supportive and she's a powerhouse. She's really amazing in giving advice and kind of handle the business side of it.
Did you? How did you land Karen as a agent? Like,
Oh, she approached me.
she approached you. Okay. Was it just
Yeah.
online somewhere, or was it?
It was online. I think it was just one of those. At that time, I was with a very, very horrible agent. I don't want to name the agency name, but it was disastrous. Um, and then I was kind of in a crossroad, I guess. And then Karen kind of messaged me like, "Hey, I like your work. Are you looking for representation?" At the time, I know so little about kind of querying and agency and children's book in general or publishing in general.
Yeah.
So I was just like, yeah, Andrea Brand seems like a legit agency. I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Um,
They're somehow
yeah,
they're like they're one of the top tier in my mind. Let's put it that way.
for
Uh,
sure.
and was it something like obviously you had a bad relationship or you had a traumatic experience beforehand
Hmm.
with an agent? Were you hesitant in that sense of like just be not because it was whether they were reputable or not, but were you hesitant just on the sense of having an agent in general?
No, not really, because when I was with the other agent, um, I kind of knew they were a newer agent, and I feel like I was speaking to a lot of my friends, like a lot of my friends have agents, and they all work out fine. So it cannot be a universal thing. So I'm sure it's just me who ran into a really bad agent. So what I did when I was first speaking to Karen was, I asked her some of the things that got me really spooked with my old agent, and I realized, oh, those weren't problems, and then I was a lot more comfortable signing with Andrea Brown.
Okay, I have a question. You can say no to this.
Okay.
You, you weren't with a certain someone with the initials D, first initial D something?
Um, no,
Okay.
it was more the agency. I don't mind
Okay.
saying their name. I just don't want to get in trouble. I would just say when I have young artists approach me, like, "Hey, that agency approached me. Should I say yes to them?" I'm like, "No, do not say yes to them."
The I ask is around the time when you were getting out of school, there was
Hmm.
controversy that happened in the kidlit industry. There was a agent who was claiming that they were doing work, like getting client work and sending out stuff on submission,
Hmm.
and they were actually not doing that. And
Oh,
yeah, that's that. I was thinking like, oh, is it that case? Um, and that person got sort of uh, shamed for it quite heavily on the internet, which they should have because they were basically lying to all of their clients. Um,
right.
about representation. And so that's I was just wondering in that sense, not that you got to go and give me the whole uh, detail of every interaction with agents.
Yeah, in this sorry, I'm just gonna add, in this case it wasn't so much the agent themselves, it's the
Yeah.
agency. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Um, and then for those that are interested in getting into kidlit, obviously you got approached, which is
Hmm.
wonderful, and that is a dream come true
Yeah.
for folks out there. But you had to learn along the way, and I'm sure that Karen had some advice for you, and it wasn't just like, I love your work, this is perfect. I'm sure there was some
Yeah.
transition.
Yes.
Is there advice that you could give to folks on getting an agent, not necessarily landing an agent? Like that's always tricky. And for all the people that I have on here that have said, you know, oh, I have an agent, and you ask them how they got their agent, most of the time it's this weird random story. But the experience after getting the agent
Right.
is a little bit more universal. And
Hmm.
like, what kind of stuff did you have to do once you got Karen as your agent?
Sure. I think so. Some of the things she pointed out was let me take a step back. She approached me because she saw my work for the time travel one.
Okay.
And then when we first was having our first conversations, she gave me some advice on how to organize my portfolio website or what type of work I should be including. And at that time, I just knew about picture book. I didn't know that you could do middle grade covers. You could do black and white middle grade interior. Like I didn't know the range of work you can do in children's publishing.
Gotcha.
So she was giving me a lot of advice on those. And at the time, I was also working heavily in editorial. I didn't want to just give it up right away. So another aspect we talked about was how to keep my website to have like two clear sections.
Yeah.
So there's the editorial stuff, and then there's clearly a section for the children's book stuff. So she was kind of like from the broader directional advice, like, including work that obviously showcase children and animals if you can draw them, showing kids that's like diverse, showing them doing a variety of things, and kind of including work that you want to be doing when like out there with an actual publisher.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't make
Yeah,
stuff that isn't representative of your vision for the future.
exactly.
What
Exactly.
kind of editorial were you doing at the time?
Um, it was just mostly for magazines and newspaper. Um,
But I mean, was it
oh,
like hard news stuff? Was it theater
oh,
stuff? Was it
um, it
oriented?
was, it was, I think this is why she said you need a very separate section from your editorial stuff, because at the time, for some reason or other, I was working on a lot of really grim subject
Mm.
matters. So I worked on, for example, for a while, I was working on multiple assignments on like um, the Catholic Church and the assault on children.
Oh, yep.
So things like that. So definitely not published like children's publishing friendly.
Yeah.
So I wasn't working on lifestyle. I was working on a lot of grim, like social, political type of assignment. So this is where I sometimes I joke that early on I would find balance by working on some editorial, and it got too dark, and I will work on some happy kids book stuff, and I get I guess too happy, and I want to go back to work on more editorial stuff to have a wake up call
I don't think
back in ring.
you had crazy time. I got yeah. Like for me, it was one of those. I worked in editorial, but a majority of the editorial I did was family friendly editorial, and so it wasn't dramatic. Like they could almost be shown together,
Okay.
but they just story. But I know that there's such a broad range. That's why I asked in particular, like, what was this editorial approach that you had, and how wild or how different was it comparatively?
I would say they're very different.
Well, the fact that you're dealing with the Catholic Church, yeah, yeah, eh, there's a little challenge there of how to make that work uh, for a kidlit crowd.
Yeah.
Did you still do the editorial stuff?
Um, I'm starting to phase out of it a little bit. Not that I don't like it anymore. It's just so much like I'm getting more longer term projects, bigger project that
Yeah.
sometimes it's just difficult to fit those little assignment here and there. And sometimes I feel really bad saying no to um like those art directors I've worked with a long time because they're the nicest people. They give me a lot of support. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. And I feel like I hope they just don't think I'm making excuse to not work with them because I do want to work with them. It's just sometimes like it really just does not work out
Yeah.
anymore.
You gotta, I mean, you gotta prioritize uh, and choose what your battles are when it comes to the type of work that you can do. And I mean, I have the same thing of uh, the question of editorial work comes in randomly, but
Mm-hmm.
primarily on the kidlit. And at first I was really worried about that
Mm-hmm.
of like, well, am I somehow misbalancing what I should be doing? But at the same time, like I enjoy spending more time in the kid world
Mm-hmm.
and being silly and working on longer term projects. Even though long term projects are challenging, I still like that aspect. Um,
Yeah.
is there other paths within illustration that you have ever considered?
Um, I think from very early on, I was considering any path that can bring me enough
Okay.
income. So that's also part of the reason I was working in animation because I thought that would be a full-time job that can bring me more consistent, like consistent paycheck. I think besides editorial, I know some of my friends went in more in the motion graphic side
Okay.
of things, and then they're doing amazing work also. And for myself, I also do some advertisement project here and there, but those are a bit more rare.
So let me go back for a second. You said that the animation side of things, you were looking for something that would pay and be more consistent and whatnot. Was it? Not
Um,
in it now, so I'm wondering. It could be a choice of just it wasn't the right fit, but it also could be it was contract based and you had to jump from
right.
project to.
Well, I'm just speaking, obviously, I only worked in Canada, and then I think the Canadian industry, animation industry is not quite the same as the American one. So I'm just speaking from my very limited experience here. Um, it's, first of all, yes, it was mostly contract based. And another aspect is the pay wasn't very good. Yeah, so while it was consistent, like it was not a very lucrative job, and it could be very demanding too in terms of workload.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny because when I worked in animation, it was I'm gonna call you out right now. We lose contracts to Canada quite often because Canada subsidized a lot of the arts, and so they could kind of, at least at the time, they were undercutting every bid that we would make in our studio, and in turn, it meant that and it sounds like it was the same thing up north. That you just didn't get as much pay as you probably should have for the amount of work that goes into some of that animation.
I
Um,
think, yeah, with animation, I think another horror story actually just in my short time working in animation happened twice was because a lot of the most of the animation studio in Canada, the work they took was just outsourced from the US. And then twice happened that artists show up to work one day, just like, nope, the studio is gone, like overnight, because the project they took are all canceled. So the studio is just out of business
I've
overnight.
that yeah, I've heard of a few folks sort of yeah, and in fact, there's someone I know that the whole studio kind of shut down out of
Yeah.
and it's awful um, that occurs uh, on that level. Let's put it that way. Um, I mean, one of the things that I suggest to students all the time now is just diversify what you're doing.
I agree.
Like right now for me, like now that I'm done with the book contract, the next thing I got to do is work on some gallery show stuff that's up next, and then after that, work on my own book, and then writing basically, and then work on another book, and there's always something on the plate. How many fires do you have in the no, how many, what is it? Something in the fires. Uh,
Um,
I can't think of the term. How many different projects do you have going on right now, basically?
um,
That's what I was trying to get at.
right. How many projects do I have right now? So I have I just wrapped up on the book project. I'm starting a short nonfiction book about plants for a UK publisher soon. I'm actually working on two book covers right now, and I'm also working on the sequel to Gravity, which will be really fun. Um, I have another picture book starting spring of next year, and
So how do you manage it all? Do you have a lovely calendar sitting above you that says work on this day? Is it
I have a I have a general like I think it's probably not hard to imagine that I don't have like a day-to-day planned
yeah,
out exactly like that, but I have a general kind of like block off from this month to this month, there's this book, from that month to that month, or there's this book.
yeah.
So I kind of block it out in chunks, and sometimes even from the publisher, sometimes they take longer than they say they would in terms of getting feedbacks or like just things like that. So sometimes things do shift around. And I think what I learned recently was not to fill my schedule up 100%, just to leave room for these kind of juggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't ruin yourself and pin yourself to a schedule that is going to ebb and flow. Let's put it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm the same way of like I block out times. Like I have the next couple weeks to get the stuff done for that gallery, and then another week after that to get the next thing done. And there's some folks I know that have multiple projects and they just kind of jump from one to the next.
Mm-hmm.
Understand how they do that? That is not my cup of tea to sort of constantly be moving and sort of like day to day working on a different project. But irons in the fire. Someone said irons in the fire. That's what it is. The term I was looking for. Uh, uh, thank you, the creative tree, for adding. Um, so, are you when you're working on a book
Mm-hmm.
and you're sort of like trying to figure out the direction that you want to go? I mean, obviously, there's sketching and things of the sort, but do you have a vision early on of what that book should be?
I do. So I think I'm the kind who, before I experiment on paper, I experiment in my head, if that makes sense.
Yep. Nope.
So it's like I try to envision what I want to do. I would do a lot of research. I would look at a lot of like other type of books or other references, and then I would try to kind of have a vision in my head, and then try to put that out on paper or on screen.
Is it? Do you envision like? Okay, wait. This is me trying to wrap my head around this. When you envision it, do you envision the entirety of the book before you start drawing, or are you starting with just like, here's a page. I need to figure out what this page looks like. Let me draw it.
It will be just a page
Okay.
first. So sort
And
of one spread that kind of sets the tone of the book.
gotcha. Um, and then when you start that project, do you feel like it changes as you work on it, or do you feel like that you've locked it in relatively uh, solid enough that you can just kind of go full steam ahead?
Usually when I have the first like one or two when I work on the book, I don't work from the first spread to the last spread, like
Yeah.
not in the order. I would work on like the important beats first.
Okay.
So once I get the two, three, like I would call them important spreads out there, then the rest of the book it like would just follow those lead.
Naturally come to be. Um, are, when you're when you're starting out on a book, and these are sort of questions that I know that a lot of people are probably going to have, but I have a vested interest because I'm feel like I'm still going through what is it, an evolution of sort of style, but I feel like I'm still exploring and I don't want to settle
For sure.
as much as possible. And so I'm always interested in hearing sort of people's process. But when you're starting the book
Mm-hmm.
and you're starting to sketch, how loose are your sketches? How, like, obviously if you have stuff in your head, trying to match what's in your head, sometimes people will go hog wild and really go all in trying to make this thing like perfect. Or are you at a
Mm-hmm.
point wherein you sort of, you know,
Right.
uh,
Right.
it changes and it moves from day to day?
I think for me, if for every book, it's a little different. So, um, so for example, with Gravity, it was sort of like the true fictional book, the first fictional picture book I worked on. That is have a like classic story, like storyline. Um, that just the sketching of it because I was so not used to it. The conceptualizing stage, I would start with thumbnails and then refine sketches. That took me like pretty much a month. Whereas with Chang'e, it just came so intuitively to me that I had everything nailed in 4 or 5 days. So it just differs so much.
Yeah.
Sometimes I read a text, I just have image form in my head. And sometimes it just that process is just a bit more difficult. I have to kind of sketch around, try things out, try different way to um, kind of work out the beat.
Have you ever gotten to a point where you realize that the visual is not or the vision in your head is not uh, achievable?
Um, I don't think that has been a problem for me in particular.
With
It's
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
oh, I think with the sometimes in the I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think if it has ever been a problem. Um, I don't think it ever has been. I think one of the biggest issues I did had when early on was when I was drawing or designing the pages on the sketches or on in my sketchbook or on the computer. I forgot to leave space for the text. Again, this goes back to I'm so used to working editorial,
Yeah,
and I forget that the story is part of the composition, and
yeah.
that was a problem I had early on. And in terms of just trying to bring the like what's in my head onto the paper, that has never like in that's usually not a problem usually until the very end stage where like there's too much detail, I can't finish this on time.
Does the drawing though, like when you work on it, does the drawing in your head
Hmm.
actually match what ends up on the page, or do you think that that sort of like uh, what do I want to say, like does it like for me what I have in my head and then when I
Hmm.
sketch print and then on top of that I would even add in what I uh, what am I trying to say, what I sketch and what I actually finish with is also different. And it's not that they're like one is bad or one's better than the other or anything of that sort, but it's just the way that I work. There tends to be a little bit of like flux
Right.
in between. How
Right.
accurate are those stages for you? Like, is your sketch actually
um,
that really looks like the finish or the idea
uh,
look like?
okay, so for me it's pretty consistent. Like if I have a solid composition in my head, it felt for me it almost feels like I'm printing out with my hand what's in my head, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Um, with the coloring, sometimes there's some kind of experimentation, trying things around, trying color palettes around. And I find that doing color sketches before doing the final speed up the process so much because I'm not wasting time like trying different type of colors in the final.
But wait,
But
you're doing color sketches even though you're doing black and white work to start your
so
color.
yes, yeah, so I would have color roughs.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, digitally done.
Do you ever do you ever, this is my fear, this is my general fear in that situation for myself, is if I go make color sketches or color roughs or anything of the sort and then I hand it off to the publisher or I hand it off to whoever it may be and then I decide to change a color on the fly, that they come back to me and go, well, that's not what you presented us. Have you ever had anything of that sort?
Um, that haven't that hasn't been the issue for me as of yet. Because again, while I know sometimes people are like, oh, I like the way you do color. Color actually doesn't come intuitive for me. So when I figure it out in the color sketch stage, in the final, I usually just stick to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The idea of yeah, just there's always a scare factor for me of if I like to play, and if I rule or if I tighten it up too much, I'm just afraid that I'm going to get lots of pushback of, well, this is what we were expecting, this is what we were planning on, we don't like these colors now. There was once where I did this editorial piece, and uh, I loved the piece, but then they came back and said that they didn't like the color of the skin on a character because I made the character sort of bluish green, and it was not that it was meant to be realistic of any sort, but
Right.
they, we didn't like that color. Can you redo it? Or maybe
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. It was some color, and I went and redid the whole piece because it was traditional, and I couldn't. The whole thing needed to be adjusted basically, and at that point, I was just going to redo it. But I'm always sort of hesitant to go all in on color early because of that experience. Um, what are some of the? Now I'm not asking you to out yourself completely here, but what are some of the struggles that you've had
Mhm.
jumping into illustration? As a either out of school or just in general. Are there things that you feel like not just that you've had to learn on the fly, but like stuff that you struggle with?
I think there's just I feel like for me I feel like the learning process is ongoing. I feel like I'm still learning a lot of
Okay.
things. Um, I think when early on, obviously it was just to um, I think early on was just really to hone my skills because when I look back some of the earlier work I've done, I wish somebody because at first I was like, oh, why am I not getting work? And looking back the work I've done, I wish somebody just told me bluntly that it's because your work is not good enough. Um, like it's missing without being rude, of course, but like it's missing in these aspect that this is not like publishing ready or you need improvement here or there. I feel like sometimes that kind of bluntness is needed, or I guess at least for me, it was needed.
Was that something that you were okay hearing back in the day? And I asked this from the teacher point of view.
Right.
There's always this
Um,
like you don't want to smash someone's dreams,
sure.
uh, and sometimes they need an extra month or two to figure out something that you wish they could know now. But I'm wondering, like, is that something that you would have been okay with, or would you have been were you sensitive to that kind of stuff at the time?
I think personally, I was okay with it. But then again, I think real now looking at the new grads today, another thing I realized was what the sort of illustration industry we grew up with is so different than what's available now. For example, I remember in school having the Japanese manga style was really discouraged. Like, oh, what is this cartoony style? Like it's kind of lowbrow art. Like it was really discouraged. But now it has become a lot more accepted, and a lot of young artists has made it like they develop their own style based on that, and have been very successful. So sometimes I think it's really difficult to give advice sometimes.
I could see that.
But
I mean,
yeah,
I know that even like I have opened up to the idea of manga and um, uh, sort of the anime aesthetic more so. I think part of it, and I agree. Like when I first started out teaching, that was definitely sort of shunned. I
yeah,
think a lot of that had to do with just people didn't know the history, and they didn't
yeah,
coming out of left field because you had teachers who were all of a sudden inundated with it, and they didn't know how to actually address it because they just literally had no concept of what any of it was. I mean, I even to this day, like students will name off illustrators that are manga artists, and I have no clue who they are. Partially
yeah,
my world, but
yeah,
I also know that it's not fair for me to go, well, that's not okay to do. Um,
yeah.
but I also want to make sure that they understand that this is, you know, that what they're choosing is not just because it's easy or because it's something that they've seen, but more so because it is the best method to achieve their desired idea.
Yeah.
I,
I think for me, one way I try to look at it is instead of saying, oh, the work is not good enough, maybe it's more like, well, what industry or which part of the illustration industry you want to work in?
yeah,
And does your work match what this area of industry looks
yeah.
for?
Like you're
Yeah.
to a main
Yeah.
piece and go, I really want to do advertising for sports stuff.
Yeah.
Like probably not going to be the market for it. And it's not to say that it can't at some point, but it's going to be harder to break in because
Yeah.
aesthetic goes along with advertising or goes along with whatever it may be. Um, is there when you were going through school, were there lots of aesthetic changes?
Um, I think when I was in school, there's I know within my friend group there are like several different kind of style happening. I know graphic novel was getting huge,
Yep.
and also heavy line work was getting very huge. So line work based instead of painterly style, like realism painterly, line work very design based. I know when I was in school, um, our prof was showing us a lot of work by at the time was like Kelly Siesmeyer and Victor Nye and a lot of those
Yep.
artists that was considered very whose work was considered very fresh, and like they're still amazing artists today, of course, but at the time it's like look at this revolutionary approach. So I think that was what we were looking at.
Were you of the era where what was it called? Memphis uh it's called Memphis like I can't think of it. It's like Memphis casual or something like that. It's there's some term that goes with it. I'd have to look it up, but it's Memphis something or other. And it's that idea of like tiny heads, big legs. Uh,
Oh, I think I'm a bit before that.
okay. Okay. I was
Yeah.
place you said you graduated in 2014?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that would have probably been slightly after that. Oh man, what is that called? Memphis something. If anybody knows, corporate Memphis. There you go. Thank you. I knew someone was going to come to the rescue on that one. One of those. I'm not sure why Memphis. I'd have to go and do the research. I'm sure someone will probably interject that as well as far as like why it's called that. But um, there there are definitely like aesthetics that go through certain times and eras. I mean, I feel like we're finally coming out of it a little bit, and not to. It's not bashing the originator, but I feel like there was a lot of people that tried to imitate Rebecca Green's look. Or
Yeah.
Rebecca Green. There's there's an aesthetic that she has that I feel like showed up a lot for about 5 years here, and now it's starting to sort of dissipate as time goes on, and people are venturing into other territories. Um, is there a skill or an aesthetic that you always desired that you did not? I don't want to say that you did not achieve, but like that was upon further inspection, you go, "Ooh, that was not a path I should go down."
Um, I don't think it's like I admire a lot of different artists for their different styles, and I think there was a style I feel like it's harder for me to achieve personally. It, it's in fact the simpler styles. There are artists who can just a very few strokes and then really capture the movement. That stuff what is the word? Spontaneity
Yeah.
of yeah, like because I will be there working in details and they just get a brush like 20
Yep.
minutes in and their work is done and it looks like the most lively, amazing thing ever.
I'm.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead. Go.
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just like that. I just cannot do that.
The one that I always originally, and I've said this on here, I think a couple of times, but someone like Mo Willems. I remember when I first was getting into kidlit. I looked at that and I was like, that seems so easy. Like, I can't believe that's all it is. And I know there's lots of artists that do like simplified styles, and obviously, I've gotten to the point where I realize that is not easy of any sort. That is
No.
extremely challenging to play in such a limited style
Yeah.
and everything accurate. But I think I was arrogant at the time and jealous, probably a little. Uh, and I know that I like if I were to try that, my hand in general gets overly complicated. What should be a very simple image starts to become more and more complex.
Yeah, and it felt labored.
Yeah,
And it's like,
and his
yeah.
stuff is just so like crisp and clean and instantaneous. Like people just get it so fast, and I'm just not that type of person to be able to do that as smooth and as clean as he ever could. Are there artists that you look at right now that you're like, this is the superstar in your mind?
Um, so one artist, like she's always like I always look up to her, is about Arsenal. I know a lot of Canadian names come up, but I just really look up to her
Did
work.
I see an Isabel Arsenault book next to your
Yeah,
desk?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so I was looking at this
yeah. For
earlier.
a split second, I thought I saw the cover. And I was like, "Is that an Isabel?" And then like you moved the camera away, and I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh."
yeah,
But
it is. She's the only artist I bought all of her book, I believe.
I've I think she's one of those artists where like I bought a bunch of books and then realized after the fact, like this, I bought books early on, and I was I didn't know the name at the time. I knew, or I wasn't able to connect the dots that it was her.
Hmm.
I know there were quite a few books that I had, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go back and look at my shelf. And all of a sudden I realized, oh, I didn't realize that was an Isabel book as well.
Yeah,
That one was. And I didn't realize that one was. And then all of a sudden you realize you have, 15 books by Isabel that are, because there's like a slight style change or there's a different,
exactly.
or the one that I really, really love is she did one with, was it Mac Barnett? No. The one that,
Oh, she
house
did.
with the house on its back.
With the oh the mouse with the house that was not by Mark Barnett.
No,
Um,
that's
yeah.
I can't think of the the author. Is that Jason or Jonathan Stoltzman? You probably have it
Let me.
right there because you're such a big fan.
I have it. Let me look it up.
I was gonna say it's in my collection over here too. I can go
Oh yeah, it's Jonathan Stussman.
Sussman. There we go.
Yeah.
Um, and it's one of those things like I've met him online. I've met uh, Isabel and whatnot, and like it's just you. All of a sudden, you have these connections. You're like, I didn't know that they knew each other, and I didn't know that they connected
Yeah.
that way. And um, is there a author in particular
Yes.
that you would like to work with?
Yes. I'm trying to remember her name. Uh, Cleo McClear. What was that? I think Cleo McClear.
What?
I mean, let me just make sure I'm not saying this her name wrong.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're gonna have to help me remember who this is. Probably.
Cle so she is a Canadian writer. So one of Isabel's earliest book, Virginia Woolf, was written
Oh
by her.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
another one. Why that author?
I feel like so first of all, a lot of it was the topics. A lot of her um and also there's The Ghost in the Garden was also written by her that's published more recently. I think there's just something very poetic about the way she writes, and then she wrote a lot of kind of like biographical stories of sort of like the marginalized group. I know there's one on Elsa Schiaparelli with the lady doing fashion, the Liz with the Liz family, and just a lot of biography stories turned into a very like child-friendly, fun like story for kids.
Yeah, is it someone that you could actually contact and go, hey, I want to work with you?
I don't know. I'm scared to make these kind of demands. Like, hey, I want to work with.
You could do it. You have the ability. You have enough.
Yeah, I'll see. Maybe I should contact
You have
people.
enough under your belt right now that you should be able to call them up and go, hey, I got an eye on you. Um,
I think in my mind, I still kind of see myself as just like someone who just broke into children's literature. Like, oh, there's so many amazing people.
wait, how
Um,
many books have you done?
um, I uh, so there was the three with the glow in the dark,
Yeah.
and then there was Time Machine, Opie, uh, I think about 7
Yeah, you're
picture books.
just starting out. You're just a newbie. Yeah,
I
just
don't,
enough under your belt that you should be able to call up anybody and say, "Let's do this." Not that that's how the industry works. I understand that, but
yeah,
uh, you have enough of a name, and your work is lovely enough that I imagine you could get some sort of interesting collaborations as time goes on. Um, I know that like I have authors I would love to work with, but they're not necessarily kidlit authors,
hmm
and that's it's like there's some musicians who I think would do amazing jobs, and there's some writers that write for adults that I
yeah.
think would do a job, but that's a harder sell because they may have no interest in kid stuff altogether. But that's also not an excuse. I could still write them and go,
Yeah.
"Hey, you're cool. I want to work with you." Um, what about publishers? Are there publishers in particular that you're?
Uh, so obviously, um, so when I work on Chang'e, I was really fortunate to be able to work with Mabel. I know she moved to Sourcebook now, so I
Mhm.
would still love to work with her again. And sometimes I really want to work with those smaller publisher that creates really beautiful art books. So like Phaidon was one of them, or Phaidon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Phidon.
yeah. They create like there was the series, the Globe series, illustrated by Liz Feng. Like that was just beautiful.
We had Lisk on
Yeah,
here. I don't even know, a while ago.
yeah,
I don't remember, at some point.
yeah.
This was um are there I mean, are there big obviously like the small publishers, there's a lot of like freedom to try different things, or there's a different attendance to every book with
hmm
small publishers sometimes. Is there any big publishers in particular that you're like, this is the one that you want to aim towards?
Um, I feel like sometimes instead of publishers, it's certain editors or like art directors I want to work with, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So sometimes depends on where they are, or like sometimes I look at the book that's being produced and that's kind of how I decide instead of like I want to work with that name.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Got are there uh books in particular, like obviously I said, are there artists and things that you're interested in, but are there any books in particular that are like you think has the aesthetic or the approach that you would enjoy aiming towards?
I think early on I mentioned about wordless picture book. I think one of the earliest book that really, I guess, inspired me was Sean Tan's Arrival. I know that one, like a lot of people really love. Um, The Arrival, and then what's another one? There was a recent one about like was animals in the night carnival. I forgot the name of that one.
That sounds familiar. I'm trying to think of who that is off the top of my head. My wife is very, very good at remembering all of these too. Let's see. The Creative Tree asks, "Will you share her name again, please?" And I don't know which. Was this the author? I'm assuming.
Uh,
The author you want to?
wait, for which one?
I said, is there an author that you wanted to work with,
Oh,
and you named some author that
it was the one I mentioned was Cleo McClear.
Leo
Yeah,
McClear. Okay.
yeah,
Who the Creative Tree was asking about? They just said, could you share the name again? Um, if it was another one, just let us know and we can figure it out. But um, is there are there goals in particular? Like, you know, I I look at my career right now and I do a lot of silly books. Oh, Isabel Arsenault.
Oh yeah,
How do you spell
yeah.
Arsenault? ARS.
Arsenault.
Yeah, and she's Canadian too, right?
Yeah, I believe she's based in
Yeah.
Montreal.
Um, we went to a talk by her here at one point, and her stuff is so lovely.
I know.
Hearing her talk about the process and whatnot was so cool.
Yes.
It was at this thing. There's a thing in Maine called the Illustration Institute that Scott and
hmm
his wife run, and they bring in artists of all sorts. It's not always kidlit, but Scott does kidlit himself. Uh,
hmm
and she came up to do a talk at this little this cute little library. I don't know how to describe how cute this little library was, but it was adorable. Um, and the talk was lovely, and then we got to go have dinner with
Oh,
Isabel and
wow.
other folks afterwards, and it was quite a night. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Uh,
I met her at TCAF a few times. She was really kind.
you try to what?
I met with her like I met her at TCAF a few times, like just signing books and things like that. She was really nice.
What is what is
Oh, a
TCAF?
Toronto Comic Art Festival.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. I was like, I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Whatever it was, that was like a tea shop at first.
No, it's another comic centric book event in Toronto every May.
Gotcha, gotcha. Do you are you part of any crit groups and that kind of stuff?
Um, I'm not in any like super formal groups. I'm part of this Discord groups with a lot of really talented illustrators. I know Jess, who was just who was on a few weeks ago.
Just Hannah,
So she was also,
just
pardon me?
Hannigan?
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
wait, is she Canadian? She might be.
pardon
I
me?
don't remember. Is she Canadian?
Yeah, she's based in Hamilton.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. There's the amount of people that I have on here. I remember names. I don't remember where they're from half the time. And so, if Jess is listening at some point, I apologize for not. You were from Hamilton. Um, yeah, Jess was great when they were on. Who else? Who else is in that group? Give them
Um,
plugs.
okay, so Anusha
Anusha.
is in that group.
Okay.
Anusha Syed, I believe. Like, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing names wrong. Also, Leanne is in that group. Like, she did Pick Down Party recent. Like, that was her newest book.
She just posted that. Was it Books of Wonder
Yeah,
or
yeah,
like? Yeah, that cover is so awesome, and then the display. The amount of work that went into that display is ridiculous.
I know.
I I am very jealous of the amount of time and patience that they had to do something of that sort because I would not be able to manage that. Um, so you have a good collection in your crit group there. Lots of published folks and people who are have quite a name for themselves.
Yeah, I think Zoe C, I think it was also in that group. She did a lot of comics for New Yorker. I think yeah, there was just I learned so much from that group in terms of publishing.
And you said that's on Discord.
Yeah, it was just a like it was I think it was an invite only group that were all I just got lucky to be part of.
Well, it's funny because there's so many groups out there like that that are there's some that are local. Like I'm part of a local crit group uh,
Hmm.
of folks, but then there's so many things that are online, and I think some of it is. And this is gonna make me sound real old, real quick, but some of it is a generational thing too. Like I'm the Discord. Uh, I have to use it every once in a while, but
Hmm.
it is not my realm. It is not something that I gravitate towards on the regular. But I think that like 10 years prior to me, which is sort of sounds like closer to your age range, Discord is much more familiar and manageable. I just don't like the server aspect.
Right.
Um, it just makes me old. That's all it is. I'm just an old curmudgeon at this point. Um, are you? Do you have any actual in-person crit groups, or is it primarily all online?
It's mostly online, I think largely because of location. Because I said I live in Toronto, but really I live 40 kilometers north of Toronto, so like more like the suburbs.
Okay. Is that
So
is it nicer where you are?
it's cheaper where I am.
Okay. Now we get to the truth of it all, right there. That's you're aiming for cheap. Um, do you live in the woods?
Um,
What kind of area do you live in?
so technically I live in a pretty standard suburban neighborhood,
Okay.
but there was some nature in this area, and the house we got, the backyard happens to be to a nature area, and there's a lake very close to us, so that was kind of nice.
Do you get wait? Do you get bears?
Uh, we don't get bear. Well, it's not that wild. I've seen turkeys a few times and deer, like very like once or twice, and then just a lot of squirrels and chipmunks and smaller mammals.
Okay. I just, it's one of those things like where we live, we get, supposedly there's bears around. My father-in-law, I know that there's bears near him, and he's about 30 minutes from us.
Oh
But
wow.
area, I know there's deer and things of the sort, but I'm like, ooh, bears. When I think of Canada, I think of bears. Uh, bears and snow. Is it already snowing?
It's not quite snowing yet, but we're just getting below zero this week.
Oh, okay. We were supposed to go for Thanksgiving tomorrow. We were supposed to go up to my brother-in-law's place, and we looked at the weather tonight, and they're supposed to get 13 inches of snow tomorrow.
Oh my
Like, yeah,
goodness.
not we're not going. We're gonna have a festivity at home instead.
Yeah, that's a lot of snow.
Wait, where did you grow up? Did you grow up? I know that on websites and stuff it says that were you born in China?
Yes. So I was born in China and then I moved to Canada when I was 11 thereabout.
Okay, so you've been there most of your life then at this point.
Yes. Though I will say one interesting thing is sometimes when I chat with some of my friends about kidlit, the books they grew up with reading was not what I grew up reading because
Yeah,
my early years I'll be reading a very different set of books.
yeah. You mean you weren't reading the classic American uh, picture books? You were reading more. Were you reading American books, or were you reading primarily Chinese?
Actually, we got so I grew up reading obviously like the classic like what is it? Anderson's fairy tales, Grimm Brothers. We had that. Um, we all and then in addition to that, I read basically the older work that's more famous in the West, like 19th century or
Yeah.
older. So ironically, anything that's 20th century we didn't really have access to, or like I wasn't actively aware of. And then I read a lot of obviously like Chinese folklore, like Journey to the West with the Monkey King,
Yeah.
and some other contemporary Chinese children's literature.
Do you play video games?
Uh, I only started for the past year or so.
There's just I think there's a game out right now that I
Oh
don't
yeah, Wukong, yes.
Monkey.
On the yeah.
Ooh, I wonder what that one's like, but I've never played it, and at some point I'll probably pick it up, or I'll get a sale version of it later down the line. But I don't know the history of it, so like I bet you it would be even more fun to play if you knew the history of the mythology and the folklore that goes with it. Um,
Yeah.
okay, next question. Um, because you grew up there and then you come to the States, you were past the point probably of picture books by the time you came. You said 11, right?
Yes.
Did you get to experience a lot of sort of Western books after?
Um,
Sometimes there's that like, and forgive me because I don't know, but there's that like idea of to teach English to folks
yes.
to use picture books.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
wondering sort of like, yeah, what was your experience of the Western sort of picture book world?
Yeah. So, like you said, that's exactly what I did. So, I would read books that's technically below my age
Yeah.
to study English. So, some of the earlier, more I guess more contemporary children's literature here, I got exposed to was Iron Giant was one of them.
Okay.
And James and the Giant Peach was another one.
Okay.
Um, what else? And I think in the bookstore there were some like I was told there are other classic like the Giving Tree and some of those kind of like from the mid-century stories.
The jerk giving tree book where they
Oh
come
yeah, I thought it was a weird story.
over and over. Um, is there stuff that you like thinking about the difference? Obviously, like there's and forgive me because I don't want to venture down this road too far, but uh,
Sure.
having grown up in a different country and then experiencing that shift at that age,
Hmm.
were there things that um, looking back you go, oh, this is really interesting, the way that kidlit varied from country to country? Was it really, heavily noticeable? Was it just that the subject was different, but the same type of writing? You know,
Um,
I look at it and go like, if you're growing up with mythology and folklore, that isn't what most kids now are growing up. Most of the time, they're growing up with like cutesy little stories, and I mean, not all of them, but some of them.
yeah, I think for myself, obviously, I wouldn't say like the amount of book I read was, I don't think I read enough to give like a fair judgment of say, hey, I definitely know literature from this country is more. I couldn't give like a good analysis, I
Okay.
think. But from a very personal experience, um, I think it's actually not as different as now I look back at how different the societies are, but not super different. Because some of the more obviously mythology is a very different genre in its own right. It's not necessarily made for kids,
Yeah.
as you mentioned. And then the more contemporary Chinese stories I've read, a lot of them. Why later on when I read about the biography of the authors, they did took inspirations from some Western classics.
Okay.
So there was definitely that influence. And some themes I think are pretty universal, like the journey, like the brave heroes that went on an adventure, like or kind of kids exploring things they couldn't explore in real life, like they could fly. There's like a sci-fi element of it. They saved the world with their inventions. I think some of those are very universal.
Yeah. It's funny because I look at it and I go, my background, and I don't know much about it, but my background is my family is of German descent, and you go look at like German picture books from back in the day, and some of them are very messed up,
Yes.
uh, dark. Like the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah.
So look at that, like that was for kids, but those were scary books. And they're like, that the audience is very different in the way that they or the use of those, because those were used a lot of times as like scare books. They're meant to keep the kids in line.
Yeah.
And so like just the idea of historically, I don't know enough about um, sort of Chinese kidlit in particular, or at least what it was back in the day. I mean, I realized that someone pointed this out to me the other day too, is my my realm that I love now is probably like Eastern European picture books. Like,
Oh, they have a lot of good stuff there.
yeah, it's just not the typical tales that you get every day with American or English speaking picture books. And so it's, I don't know if it's like more adults or if it's just treating the kids differently or whatnot, but um, that idea of like the cultural experience through kidlit is always sort of a fascinating.
Yeah, for sure. I think just on that note, that's why I really like books published by Enchanted Lion,
Yep.
because sometimes they do translations of picture book from different, like cultural background or from different languages, and the storytelling or the theme they focus on sometimes, or like it will be similar theme, but the take on it will be very
Yeah.
different.
Enchanted Lion does amazing stuff. There's
Oh yeah.
I know that like I've been told by some folks that there are some publishers that I really thoroughly enjoy all of their work, and I know they don't pay level, but at the
Yeah.
time, like there's part of me that just wants to work for them because of who they are, and
Yeah.
it's like there's big names where it's like Chronicle. I love Chronicle stuff, but they
Hmm.
do well. They're a decent publisher, and I not that the other ones aren't decent, but there are some sort of small independent presses that do amazing work
Yeah.
that you have to sacrifice a little. You have to say, I'm willing to give up this payday just,
Yeah.
but
I
there's times that makes sense.
Yeah, I know another one that I love their book, but not their practice is Flying Eye Books in
Why
UK.
not their practice? Out of curiosity, maybe I don't know.
Oh, they're notoriously underpaying their artists.
Oh, okay.
I think what is it? Negley? I don't know how to say his name
Yep.
properly.
Yep.
Like the one with the father and the one on father and like Real Men Cry. I think being author illustrator, I heard it was like $5,000 per book or something like that.
For author
Yeah.
illustrator, oof, yeah, that's that is extremely low. I mean, I
Yeah.
know that Canva doesn't pay as much as the states do normally. Just the publishers there, because of the industry or the reach. Like I just took a deal with a Canadian publisher. I know you did. You have one with Orca, right?
Yeah, the I did one with the time travel one was with Owl Kids.
Yep.
And then Who's Looking was with Orca. So they're all in the like the 5,000-6,000 Canadian dollars
Yeah. They
range. As
just
just the illustrator.
yeah, and it's it's not outrageous that price, but it's definitely like I have seen more stateside, but that doesn't mean again it's always about the 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 price. Sometimes it's about the project.
Yeah,
It's sometimes you weigh out what the value is on something, but I know that depending on region, like I've heard that European publishers oftentimes don't pay as much.
that's what I
In,
heard too.
and there's also I've heard of some folks who not only did not pay as much, but they had to do a lot of the design work, like lay out
Yes.
all the too, and like it's one of those things where I'm not saying that I'm against it, but it's surprising to me just because of the aspect of the way things work here in the States. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. I think my experience with UK publisher is they generally give you less time. Um, and like I've been approached with like, hey, we want this 64-page picture book. Can you do it in like 3 months?
well, I can, but it will cost a fortune. And then like, well, we can't pay a fortune. And then have you when you do you do the obviously like Karen does a lot of the negotiating and that kind of stuff for you,
Yeah.
but previous to that, were you a good negotiator when it came to price?
Um, I I mean, I don't think I'm a fair judge of that. I think most of the time the price wasn't the issue. It's just a lot of the rights I don't know how to negotiate for myself. Because the book contracts are so complicated with like, rights to this, rights to that. Like I know a fair price range, but sometimes I didn't realize, oh, this is just the rights for North America versus actually they're asking for global rights. That's why the pay seems to be a bit better because they're getting everything. There's a lot of those I didn't realize
The,
before.
the ones that I still can't wrap my head around are the like um the sale or the after no what do they call them like the when the book has already been published and now it's being sold like in sale
Yes.
racks, not aftermarket, there's a term for it and I can't think of what that term is. um but that's the one where like I can't wrap my head around, and definitely having Jen look through those and manage that side of it is extremely helpful because I just like I also have no interest in trying to figure out all those numbers on that level or that minutia, and she's so experienced with it. Um, with when when you do the editorial, because obviously that's a flat fee in most cases. Was that easier for you
Um,
like did you ever negotiate that, or was that through agent as well?
no, with editorial, I actually try to avoid the agent because A, the fee is not super high to begin with, and B, if I do have an agent for editorial, it'd be counting as commercial agent and they take 30%, which is a huge chunk
Yeah,
compared to literary agents.
yeah. The
So, and I feel like this might be a controversial take. In like today's age, like the age of internet or whatever, commercial agents are not as, I guess, needed to find work as before, if that makes sense.
yeah, I can,
Um,
like if
like
you have a presence online.
yeah, like a lot of I got some work like, oh, we saw your work on online or on this platform or whatnot. It's not necessarily through
Yeah.
agency.
Do you when you get work, do you ask? Oh, I see. There's a question here, and we'll get to it in 1 second. But when you work, do you ask where people found you?
I sometimes do, if I'm really, really curious. I think sometimes it's the bigger projects that I tend to ask people like, hey, or something I feel like, oh, I've never worked in this specific field before. Like, how did you find me? Um, so for example, one time I did, it was uh, a board game packaging, and then it turned out he was the art director for the board game, but his wife was actually the art director for or like editor for a magazine I've worked with, and like she liked my work and shared it with him.
Oh,
So sometimes it's just these kind of things that happen so organically.
yeah, random connections. Um,
Yeah.
so I see there's a question here from MSI Illustration. It says, is it common practice to charge per page or spread for children's books?
I would, I think it's, so personal experience will be it's usually just the whole
Yeah,
book. I don't think I never, like obviously a bigger book usually asks for more pay, but it's never like because I want like specifically X amount per spread,
yeah.
which,
I don't,
yeah,
I
sorry.
don't think I've ever gotten paid per page. It's always a flat, or not a flat, but it's a one big lump sum as
Yes.
in advance. And then the other thing that people should know when it comes to something like that is um, that it's rare for the publisher to say, we're paying you this much because it's this many pages. It's
Yeah, I agree.
a job to kind of like parse out, well, it's this many pages, and so let me do the math of how much it is per page and
Hmm.
figure out, um, like even the equivalent of the book that I just agreed to. I did the math of hourly, like how much am I making an hour on a page, and how long can I spend on a page, and I went to the trouble of doing the math and not just assuming that the number was a lovely number. I went and figured out, how valuable or how worth it is it to me to do something of that sort. Um, and so it's really up to you. But if they're charging you, if it's a self publishing thing, maybe you get someone that does we're gonna
Yeah.
pay you per spread. But I would almost avoid that personally. I think the idea of aiming towards one big fee is better, um, just in general, and then unless they go over what they said they were going to do, price wise, or they're trying to challenge the idea of how much per spread. But
Hmm.
what you had
Uh,
strange stories of um, pricing?
yeah, I was just going to quickly add
Oh,
to that the only time that I run into the sort of pay per page is sometimes when I work with UK publishers, they will ask for a sample because they're deciding between several artists. They will ask for like a sample um, page or half a page or a spot of it, and then they would pay a flat fee for that test.
yeah, I could see that. The I didn't even realize the UK does that, like a sample.
Yeah, not all publishers have run into do that, but some of them do.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've never had to do that myself, but I haven't worked with a lot of UK. I've only worked with the one that's out of the UK, and it was a little bit of a different setup. Um, is there like thinking to the idea of the the variety of work that you've done and uh, the variety of payment schedules and challenges that go along with every single one of those projects? Are there any like stories or things that you could tell people fairly quickly? Like if you were running that class that tells you how the industry works,
Mhm.
uh, are there tips that you would throw out there and go like, oh, people need to know this one?
So in terms of what aspect?
Uh,
Like the pricing or
Pricing,
the business side?
like business side.
Yeah. Um, I think obviously I'm trying to think how, how I was taught and kind of
Yeah.
the things I know. I know earlier on you mentioned that you do the calculation like, oh, how much am I being paid per hour? I don't like I don't quite do that, like maybe because like my style is really detailed. I doing that will just make me realize how sad of a life I have. Um, but I tend to balance it out with doing different types of project because I don't just work in
Yeah.
kidlit. So sometimes I would like editorials. Those are usually very quick. So sometimes the pay per hour is a bit better. Um, and sometimes I get lucky, I get to do one or two like advertisement project, and those tend to pay really, really well. Just different things that balance out the overall income. I think this goes back to what you mentioned about don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yep.
Yeah. And I know with Kidlit, I see it as a bit of a long game in that, sometimes when a book turns out, there's also royalty that comes in later. And of course, like, I would say just, be realistic about that. Usually your earlier books you don't get to the point of earning royalty. I think right now, most of my books haven't got to that point yet. The only one that's doing better in regards of that was Who's Looking, but that's more a result of the author. She's pretty well known in Canada, and obviously being a Canadian book, the what is it? The advance was rather low,
Yeah.
so it earns out quicker.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, I'm going into book number 16
Wow.
point, and I think I've had 3 earn out at this point.
Mhm.
One of them was extremely low, and the only reason why I took it is because people told me that it would earn out.
Mhm.
That, and I almost didn't take the job, and I reached out to people going like, "Why did you take this job? Like, it doesn't make sense." And they all said, "Well, the advance is super low, but you're going to earn out in a matter of a month after." And it's like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. But it takes forever, and earning out doesn't mean that you're making huge bank every time either. It
No.
also means that you're like, you may get $100 here and $100 there.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
um, but yeah, that idea of like, there's so much knowledge that sharing, like even I teach a picture book class at school.
Hmm.
I can't give all of that information in a semester. It's just not
Yeah,
feasible to get to all of that because there's so many nuances to this industry that one book project with one publisher, the exact same project with another publisher might run totally different,
exactly.
and trying to get all that lined up and figured out is extremely hard. um, is there things that you wish, um, looking back at all the stuff that you've done, is there anything that you wish you kind of got to earlier in your career? Not necessarily that, like, obviously, like, there's things that everybody is very happy that they're doing now,
Hmm.
that, but in the sense of like looking back, like for me, I wish I got into Kidlit earlier. It
Right.
it fits so well that I was kind of like trying to pretend that I was something else for a long time.
Yeah. I think for me, obviously I wish I could just do picture books straight out of school, and I have friends who achieve that, or I can take the bigger project. But now looking back, while I wish I did that, it goes back to my work was just not ready.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well, you can blame anybody else but yourself. Like, well, I mean myself. Like, I can blame anybody else but myself for where I was, because, well, I was not there yet. I can't blame people for not giving me work. So, um, I think for most of my career, I've been fairly lucky that I was given the opportunity I did, because I feel like um, my work at the time wasn't specific. It was usable, but not, it doesn't have a lot of huge personalities or anything like that. I was not very good at showcasing my work on social media. I tried my best to make connections. Um, there was the old timey, like, send out postcard, mailers, that kind of thing. And that did get me a few jobs here and there. But I think, like, how do I say it? The amount of time it took me to get to where I am is a result of my own ability, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's well, it's also like it showcases your perseverance and your ability to like stick to it, even though like everybody wants to like have this like perfect, I put out my work, I put stuff on my website and all of a sudden just work rolls in. But that's not always how it happens, and sometimes it takes, uh, I mean, it can take years,
Yeah.
longer for some people to break into an industry like Kidlit or or any
Mm.
artistic.
Yeah.
And in a way, I think you're right, and I need to reassess on a regular basis too that I have imposter syndrome. I assume you might too. Uh,
Yeah, I feel like a lot
yeah,
of artists do.
yeah, it's pretty common. But I also know that I'm very lucky to have had all the experiences that, and I would add into that that it's not because I'm not lucky because they happen to me out of nowhere. Like I put in the work,
Yeah, for sure.
but I'm lucky that that opportunity presented itself when it.
Yes.
You know, if those opportunities presented themselves later in life, I would probably be a step behind. Or if they presented themselves earlier, I might have made a different decision than what I'm where I am now.
Yeah.
Uh, so it's one of those things where like it's I forget what I did an interview just the other day for a picture book that I did, um, and the guy that I was talking to said, and I'm probably gonna massacre his numbers here, but it was something like 1 in 3,000 books that get pitched get made.
Wow.
And like when you look at it like that, it's like everybody in this industry is lucky. Then that's not a hey, you're the best, and so you automatically get a book. That's a you're lucky just in general to have a book.
Yeah. I think that's something I try to remind myself that, like, I try to remind myself, don't get desensitized to having the project I'm having.
Yeah,
Like, don't take it for granted. It's
yeah.
just,
It, it is a challenge, I think, in general for artists. And I don't know about you, but for me at least, it's a challenge to like keep myself grounded. Not in a sense of
yes.
I need to be humble or anything of the sort, because most of the time I'm too hard on myself. A lot of stuff. But more so just like realizing that I have done a lot. I'm very lucky where I am, and not to sort of overthink.
Yeah.
Um, are there things or goals that you have right now that you can think of where you're like, that's something I got to do in the next, however many years?
Um, in Kidlit or just more broadly
Probably,
in for else? Okay.
probably.
Um, I think for right now, I think one thing I really want to do is I want to spend a bit more time doing personal work. Like I have this project on the back of my mind for like I think 2, 3 years now, but I just never got around to it. Um,
Something you could share, or is it?
it's I want to illustrate this like really long, kind of like I think several feet long illustration with all like kind of like think Bosch, like his like that kind of
Yeah.
crazy amount of detail, a lot of storytelling within just one larger image. Like, I want to try something like that.
Fill me in.
Obviously. Oh,
Fill
sorry.
me in. Out of curiosity, and this is not to say that's a bad idea, but why? What is the interest?
Um, so I want to do. It's almost like a. I want to. It will be actually. I think it'd be more fair to call it a pair of illustrations. It will be the same scene, but like life on one side and death on the other. Almost, and then I can fold it up like a accordion book. I know Flying Eye does those kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to do something like that. Um, I think I just want there's no I don't have a good um like creative manifesto to why I want to do that. I don't know, it just kind of came to me and I really want to do
Okay.
that. That's something I want to do. And another one I hope to get a chance is to work on something like a mural, like to see my artwork on a larger scale.
Now you said you worked on a mural before, right?
When I first graduated, just once.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, but that was like 10 years ago.
but uh, is it? Would you approach it differently?
Yeah, very
How
differently.
so?
I think back then it was so I mean call it a mural, but it was more simplistic patterns. So it's more design decorative rather than anything with any like in-depth meanings.
Okay.
I think if I get to do something else again, I'm hoping for something with a bit more personality.
Um, how when you did the mural before, because I've done a couple murals, um, extremely taxing. At least it was for me. I don't know if it was for you, but physically wore me down.
Uh,
Uh,
it was I had to paint it during winter outside.
oh, that's a whole nother ballpark right there. I was gonna say I haven't done the the outside thing. All of mine have been inside, but um, what with wanting to do a mural, is there something that like aesthetically now you go, this is the reason why like I would approach it more like kidlit stuff? Would it be uh you know
I wouldn't necessarily do it in a kidlit style, but the narrative aspect would definitely share some similarity with the work I do for children's literature. Yeah, but it'd probably be a bit more stylized um, art style than what I have for children's book.
gotcha. Is there going back to sort of the aspect of doing other types of work, are there other mediums in particular that you've been uh,
Uh,
hands on?
so very early on when I was still in school, I also played around with paper cutting. That was something I did, and as I mentioned, for more recently, I played around with like sumi ink and like rice paper for one of the book project, which I really, really enjoyed. I really hope I get a chance to explore more of that. Um, I think those are the big ones that I'm thinking of. I used to do like more painting on canvas kind of thing, but I don't really do that anymore.
Do you feel like um, because you work in this method now where you go towards the digital color in the end, do you think there's an expectation on you at this point for a certain aesthetic?
I think so. I think I think how do I say it? Like because the clients they look at my existing commercial work, there is that's this goes back to early on when I said sometimes I experiment for a test spread and then the publisher will be like, no, 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 that's not what we're looking for. We want you to do work in like that book style. So I think there was definitely that, and it makes sense because that's how I branded myself. And I feel like if I do want to make branch out to different artistic approach, I would need to make a portfolio of the personal work I want to do and kind of convince any future clients to potentially use it for in a commercial manner, if that makes
No,
sense.
I mean, it's similar to what I've been doing for the last year and a half, roughly, of trying to develop a. Now, I will state, not all the publishers are going to even know, but a more collage-based practice.
Hmm.
And the idea of getting work that I can do that with is not a instantaneous, like you just put up a piece and it's done. And I was talking to a student the other day, or a former student, an alumni,
Hmm.
about that. In particular, just that idea of just because you have a couple pieces in your portfolio doesn't mean that someone's going to gravitate towards it and immediately give you work in that.
Exactly.
Um, is there? So I'm going to ask you. This is a bold question. This is a not meant to provoke, but do you feel at any point trapped by your aesthetic? Because sometimes I do with my work.
I think that's how I felt up to a point about my editorial
Okay.
style. And I think that's why I'm really happy to have the work I have for Kidlit because for editorial, obviously I work completely digitally. It's a bit of the like the corporate flat style, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So it's applicable, like it's more applicable, um, and it get me work. But when I work in that style, I feel like again going back to working for animation studio or whatever, I'm working in somebody else's style. It never felt quite me. So, but then when I do like when I take on assignments, they're like, "Oh yeah, we want that," and because that works for us. I'm like, "Okay, I'm doing it. It get me the paycheck, but that's kind of it. I don't feel creatively
Yeah.
fulfilled." And that's why I think with the maybe that's why for the kidlit side, I'm just sure is this taking me forever, but I'm enjoying it. It's almost like semi-personal work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, yeah, there's like I think partially because it's a long-term project and there's like not always a constant check-in on it, that you sort of live in the little world of like, well, I'm going to work on this for 3 months, and eventually you'll sort of pop out of your hidey hole and go, hey, everybody, look at this book.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, I definitely the the idea of um, finding time for personal work, finding time to develop style and all these things, or to reassess, is not always easy on everybody. Um, as far as aesthetically trying to reinvent or to think about how your work uh, is part of a bigger um, context, let's put it that way, like in the sense of like how you fit into the illustration world at large.
Mhm.
How often do you go back and sort of reassess? Do you go back at your work ever? Do you ever like pull out your portfolio and just look at it and go, what am I missing?
Um, I do that from time to time, usually after I finish like a few big projects, I have to update my website.
Okay.
And sometimes I look at my work, I'm like, okay, so how have I made any directional changes with my career? Like, is this the type of work I still want to do? Or are there pieces in my portfolio that's no longer relevant to the type of work I want to do? Or kind of going from here, sometimes I look at my friends like, oh, they got a big job with X client. Well, I would ask myself, well, why did they got that job? Like, what's there in their portfolio? And then sometimes I also have to remind myself of like I guess um, the the reality of things is that I'm not gonna get every type of work because of my style. And sometimes that is okay. Because early on in my career, what I would do is I would try to mimic different kind of style to cover all of the ground as if it were. And I would do a not so great job in all of them.
You try to mimic and yeah, pretend that you are something that you're not natural.
Yeah.
No, I've been through those stages probably more often than not. I mean, I feel like even to this day, there's times where I look at something and I'm too close to the original reference point. And even though I'm not like tracing or doing anything of the sort, it's just like, oh, I can see I just got too clearly influenced by, A, B, or C, whatever, whoever that artist may be. Um,
Yeah.
do you? How often do you get to a bookstore?
I used to go a bit more often while I live closer to downtown Toronto.
Okay.
Now that I'm in the suburbs, especially like kind of been busy with deadlines, I haven't visited a bookstore in a long time. But what I've been doing is borrowing ebooks from library.
Okay.
So that allows me. Sometimes I would just look at the list because recently, like, there's the best new books from Kirkus and like New York Public Library, and there's the whole list. I would try to look those up online.
And do you? What's your collection like right now?
Um, it's not super big, mostly just because sometimes it gets expensive. But
Okay.
I know. But I do have a like sort of a list on my computer of books that I want to look up or find or at least read through it, kind of thing.
Aren't you saving tons of money on the paint already?
I know.
I'm teasing. I'm not saying you have to, but just teasing. Um, that it is a expensive venture. I don't know. Now, let me ask you. This is a question I don't really even know. In the States, you can write off things on your taxes,
Yes.
and you can write off things that are related to your career in the sense of like, you know, I'm in a book field. If I'm looking at books, if I am, uh, using them for reference or for understanding or like part of my career, I can write those off and get
Hmm.
small. And when I mean small deduction in my taxes. Do you have something of that sort in Canada?
Yeah. So if it's like if I buy books or make a doing a business trip, it would be considered like a business expense.
Yeah.
So it could be used towards deducting taxes. Obviously there is from this is like because I've been doing my own taxes all these years, and this is just kind of the information I found that there is a balance between how much you earn and how much you're writing off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't
Good.
lunch and then like all of a sudden you get all that money back.
Yeah.
It's
I
it.
I would definitely get an audit.
Yeah. I mean, I know that like the amount that I write off versus uh, the benefit to me is not actually accurate. It's it is a small drop in the bucket of help
Yeah, same.
year. Um, but I know that like when I go to conventions or I go to uh, bookstores that we buy more books than we sell. Let's put that at those events. Like there will be times where I'll work an event near here um, at like a local bookstore for like we did this. There's a children's book graphic novel festival that they have
Yeah.
in the area, and they asked me to come host some of it, and I could sign my books. And I think I sold like 3 books, but we bought 8 different books at the festival, and so you know and I'm not even getting the money from selling the books. That's just, hey, I'm at the event and they are going to contact the publisher for sales, and so I'm not making money off of those individually. So basically, I'm walking away with a lot of money out of my pocket.
Yeah.
you you end up doing something similar? Are you a overbuyer at those things?
Uh, I think I'm pretty good at it, though that kind of leads to another side of the conversation was that's something I'm trying to learn more about. Again, this stems from it's the attending events and like book shows or sometimes even school visits. That's something I'm still trying to learn more about. Again, before when I was doing editorials, like here's the work, you submit
Yeah.
it, you're done. You submit the invoice. But with children's book, I was learning that, there's the publicity side of things. What can you do after you submitted the project? Um, like so, trying to get like panels on book fairs or book festivals and things like that. And that's another aspect I'm trying to learn right now.
So have you not done like book readings at schools and things of the sort?
No. I think maybe because I'm also not the author. I've done like I've taught in one I've done one like sort of artist visit with this a private school here, but that's because like my friend was a teacher there. I've done a few online sessions with some of them with younger children, some of them with my old universities,
Yeah.
things like that, but not like the proper authors visits to public libraries or public schools.
You got to do it. I have not written all the books that I go read, but there's money in it.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Um,
it's. I think I would try to as much, and I'm not good at it either. I'm not an expert of any sort, but um, it can help pay bills. Let's put it that way, and especially
I've heard from my friends how much they get paid sometimes.
yeah, I've heard from friends, heard from superstars, and the superstars. I'm like the amount if they go book a school or not a school, but like a series of schools in one location. I mean, it can be a hefty chunk of.
Yeah, it's like a third of the book
Yeah, oh,
or more.
a lot more than that at times. Like, I forget who it was that mentioned that they had like an event at a series of schools. They went and did, I'm gonna guess, 5 schools every day for 3 weeks.
Oh my
Now,
God.
they had to basically live in that town for a while. But let's say 5 schools, so you're talking 15 schools, and each one they're making about $2,000. I mean,
Yeah.
that's $30,000 right there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. So it's now of course they wrote it, and so that's maybe a little easier to manage, but even as the illustrator. Someone was asking me the other night. I was at an event, and they said, "Well, I feel bad for illustrators because they go to these things and they haven't really written it, and yet they have to talk about it. Like, that must be challenging." And I said, "Yeah, but at the same time, we can draw, and those kids, once you start drawing something silly, it doesn't even have to be related to the book. It can be whatever, and all of a sudden you got them hooked."
Yeah.
So we have that advantage over authors in a way. But yeah, it's challenging when you don't write the book, no matter what. Have you? So I know that I asked you earlier about sort of writing and things of that. Have you? Are there? Because the idea of you've been doing a lot of sort of sciencey things, and then I know that you said that you don't want to be pigeonholed. What's that? Are there subjects in particular that when you get to writing that you're like, this is a subject that I must cover?
I don't I don't think there are subjects that I feel like I must cover, but I would love to write stories that's kind of surreal or kind of magic realism, the bridge between reality and exploring like a different world.
Okay. So
Um,
not necessarily, you don't necessarily want to do like fact-based or nonfiction.
I'm totally open to doing nonfiction. I know, like I do want to do history and biography topics. Those are two big ones that I really want to explore in terms of the nonfiction
Yeah,
side. But I feel like for myself, if I were to write a story, it would be more likely a fictional one.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Um, shoot, I gotta hold on a second. I gotta draw something in before I forget. Um, and then with um, with the idea that writing is, I'm assuming, new, or a skill
Mhm.
you have not jumped into on the regular. Is that something that you are hesitant towards, or are in any way worried about?
Um, I think there's definitely the oh, what if I'm like not good enough, or I can never write a story that's appropriate for kids? Because I know from what I've heard from my friends who delve into writing, who start off as illustrators and wrote for kids, there's the assumption like, oh, it's a kid's book, it's 500 word, it's
Yeah.
easy, but there's a lot more to it.
Yes.
Um,
That's my laugh. Sorry, my laugh was a laugh to that idea that it's easy.
oh,
Uh,
yeah, no
it
worries. So
is easy. Yeah.
yeah, I know I listened to a short talk given by, I think Stephen was the author for The Trouble with Time Travel. He was talking about writing for kids. It's like there, yeah, you still have all the traditional story beats and all that, and it has to be distilled within those 500 word and still make it fun for kids.
Yep.
Um, I think the other week I just had a conversation in person in New York. I went to New York for the Society of Illustrator thing, with my editor, sorry, and art director. And they also mentioned right now there's a shortage of just silly, goofy books.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people writing for adults, and
Um, yeah, or they write a story that's kind of like teaching a lesson to the
yeah.
kids. Or yeah, it's like no, sometimes you just want silly fun.
Well, now you got a mission.
Yeah,
You know what you need to do. They told you flat out, this is what they want, and
exactly.
you have no excuse now. Um, do you do you find the how do I put this? Do you find that you I'm trying to figure out how to like phrase this in a way that makes sense. Okay. Do you feel like not only like the typecast thing I can get, I understand,
Hmm.
but I'm wondering, do you also feel a sense of like, is this a flash in the pan? is this something that is not going to last? I mean, I guess that's probably imposter syndrome, what I'm asking. Um, but do you still get that sense of like, I'm not I'm not good enough, or that this is just a fluke, and tomorrow there's going to be someone knocking on my door going, okay, give us the money back?
Um, yeah, I still I think this is where it's not so much that, but I definitely have sometimes like this will be the last project I ever get asked to work on. And sometimes I will get this dumb feeling that I will look at my like past like last year, like, oh, by March I got a book cover. And it's already May and I haven't got a book cover
Yeah,
yet. Oh my God, I'll never get a book cover again.
yeah.
Like that kind of feeling.
Compare.
Or it's like yeah, or I'm currently working on picture books. Like, oh, I haven't got any inquiries for a while. Well, is this it? Like, am I irrelevant now?
And are you?
Ah, I don't know.
No.
I don't know, and especially with also the AI stuff. Um,
Oh,
just sometimes it just doesn't
does
look very bright.
AI scare you?
Pardon me?
Does AI scare you?
Um, I wouldn't say scared so much as to it's gonna influence the industry in some ways. Like I feel like it's just pretending it doesn't exist is not gonna help. And I feel like I'm just kind of riding along and try to keep up with the news on it and see where it's taking things. Um, I guess adjust accordingly.
I guess I'm of the mindset I'm not really scared by it. And I think the reason why I'm not scared by it is I think that, I mean, on a couple of different levels. On the legal level, no publisher wants to touch it because of copyright issues. Um, or no good publisher wants to touch it, let's put it that
Right.
way. And I also think that there have been other things in the past that have been similar or were considered threats that are still around. It's not
Hmm.
like they disappeared completely, but I also think that we're in a point where like I think it's probably going to affect more, not necessarily the artist of picture books as much as it might other aspects of the industry. Uh,
Yeah.
and I feel bad for those other aspects, but I also know that um, as long as I'm making good work, there's probably work out there for me. Uh,
Yeah.
but that I may be completely wrong. I know there's probably some artists that would hear that and go like, "Yeah, you're an idiot. You're doomed."
I think this is where you have the different branch of artists out there who can approach it very differently. I think for some of the people I know, like some are past classmates, some are co-workers or colleagues, some are more, I guess, artistic purist, who's like, no, AI will never replace like of what a real human
Yeah.
can create, that kind of thing. And I have some past classmates who they're already using AI to help with their artwork. Like it's just so much faster. Why not? Like I just feed my artwork into the machine and crank it out super fast. I just paint over it way faster than what I can do on my own. They don't see an issue with it.
I just I'm maybe I guess my bigger challenge to it in general is just the aspect of working in a collaborative environment. Like if you're doing a editorial thing, maybe it would affect more, but I think picture books, the back and forth, the ability to like adapt and change to the different needs of the art director or the editor or the whoever, I feel like makes it so working in AI would be very, very difficult or so time consuming that it doesn't make sense. I
Yeah.
guess they asked for a change. Uh,
Yeah.
the idea of like we got to move this spread here and then we got to move this over here and we got to change this layout and whatnot. I just feel like it's going to be more effort than it's worth to try to do any of that in AI. But again, I could be wrong. I may be the old curmudgeon.
I guess another question will be like, would if a parent like parents know, oh yeah, this book got generated in like 2 seconds, would they still spend the money to buy it? Like, yeah, there's a generated story. These are generated image. would they still, is it still the same to the consumers or the
Yeah.
readers?
I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe that doesn't matter on that end. But again, I think that most of the stuff I haven't seen anything in the bookstore yet that has pushed that boundary,
For sure.
that has challenged the idea of what is AI and what is not.
Yeah.
Mainly because in copyright law, at least in the U.S., they couldn't actually copyright it based on I forget what court case that was, but
Yeah,
and
I remember reading about that.
until that happens, I feel like it's maybe less of a concern for me. Um, the the other one that my wife and I were looking through something online. I forget where it was. It was someone that had posted something. It was clear that they had done AI for their artwork, and I think, or the thing that gave it away for me was not the artwork, but the amount of posts they had and the type design told me they have no idea. Like any illustrator that was making their own it was a self-published thing.
Oh, of
Any
course.
illustrator that has been through any art classes or understands any of that, all of a sudden would know like that type looks horrible. Like it was all the way up to the edge of the page.
Yeah.
And so like it was so instantaneous, like that does not look good, whether it's him or a computer that did it.
Exactly.
Uh, uh, Someone wrote something here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what this is.
Oh, I was also just quickly interrupt that. I think I might bow out another 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay.
No worries. Let's see. This someone wrote, because of AI, I can't. Oh wait. Because of AI, I can't share my works. FYI, a guy, his name is McDonald. He even can't draw, but is using AI. He's making art. AI clearly uses millions arts and put them together to create a picture. I don't know what that means. But I'm trying to think if there's any other major things that I wanted to cover. So tell me a little bit, real quick, because we got, I don't want to keep you past your time.
Yeah, no worries.
But I wanted to ask about the books in particular. One of the things that I really love, I'm going to go grab the Gravity book. And this is the challenge that or the thing that I said is really good in a lot of the work you have, or not a lot, all of it, is that sort of use of color and the choice of when to apply and to be experimental. And so like I look at something like, here's this one where Lita's holding up the orb, the sun. What you have this like really playful texture of color and light. And then there's other moments in here, like in a case like this, she's running with the sun or standing up, and she has all these little swirls around the head, right? Yeah. Why? And not because I'm trying to say like, ooh, why'd you do that in a bad way? But what makes that a decision in your head to put that kind of stuff in?
Actually, so that was actually one of the biggest challenges in conceptualization or sketching for this book, was how to represent gravity. Because at the time I was thinking, okay, should gravity be like a character, like more personified? I didn't want to use the stereotypical, the grid that represents gravity you see in a lot of science books. So I was trying to think of a way to visualize how it might be there affecting her. Just kind of, it's around her, like you notice it, but you don't. And at the end, I kind of settled for what Gwendolyn called it, cosmic sparks.
Okay.
So yeah, just like little visual cues that, oh, there's this magical invisible force at play. And some other aspect of it, including like, so when I was doing the sun spread, the one she's holding the sun, there was like the more cosmic looking, darker colors around surrounding it. My intention was to show that because she's a bit in her own head, like in her own world, that she's actually imagining herself holding the sun in space. And that was sort of like the underlying joke throughout the entire book, was that it wasn't really gravity doing anything specifically to her, but she's sort of like clumsy and living in her own head and not paying attention to her
Yeah.
surroundings. That's why she was tripping and falling. Um, and those little kind of visual cues are indicators of that, that, oh, she thinks she's in space, or she's not paying attention to where she is. She's too eager doing this or that, or she's running around. So things like that to show that, yeah, it's really her own fault.
I knew there must be some sort of like uh, theory or like it didn't look. I mean, I'm figuring out how to put this. It did not look arbitrary. It looked like you were making a decision, and I didn't know exactly what the decision is. Now that I hear that, I'm like, oh, that makes total sense. I understand why you would do like the brain or the way that she's thinking is actually what's causing some of that approach. My wife just threw in a last little minute thing, which I wanna see if we can get this. But is there a way before you go to sort of show us the totality of the piece that you're working on? Um,
Um, it's not quite finished yet.
but
Uh, so this is like kind of how far I've gotten with the like the characters.
yeah,
So I do it part by part. So sometimes when I get like one medium, I would do all of the parts. So just by comparison, a finished piece will look more like this. This is like the book I just wrapped. So it would have all of the darks and the grays and the gradations and the grayscale.
yeah. The oh, look at that. Yeah.
Oh, I think it froze. Oh, it froze.
Never mind. Am I back? Am I back? Am I back?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
My
It froze for a
yeah, my
moment.
phone, the charger came out. Uh, so it should be back up and running. There we go. I was just saying that I think that the work that you have there is just so lovely, even in black and white. The values and all that stuff that show up in it are so strong that
Thank you.
it is pretty, as one might say, gorgeous altogether. So, well, I don't want to keep you past your.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if it's your bedtime, but I don't want to keep you past that.
Yeah. No worries. So I just want, I guess this is like what do the influencers call it? Like what's the word where you share more of your own stuff? So I do have a post on Instagram sharing like what the coloring process is like.
Oh,
Like I'll see if I can find it. Like it's a 1 minute fast process thing to show the like this is the black and white stage and then there was the coloring stage.
wait, you're okay. Wait, hold on. You're going to pull that up?
Let me see if I can find
Okay.
it. Uh, oh yeah, so let me see. It's kind of silly. It's like this showing it to like this is kind of how I color.
Let's see. I have the delay there. Oh yeah. Okay. The iPad. Or no, that's not iPad. That's
Yeah,
is
it's
that Photoshop?
my
Oh, it
iPad.
is iPad.
In it is done in Photoshop. I use Photoshop to color.
Gotcha. Photoshop on the iPad though.
No, this is just showing that post on iPad. I work on my iMac because I work in a lot of layers and iPad can't really handle it or like
Okay.
process it.
Now, do you label your layers?
No, I
Oh,
don't.
oh.
I sometimes color coded it. Like it'll be like, oh, all of the characters are red.
Yeah.
The background is blue, but that's kind of it.
Okay. I got I for the first time in a long time I sent files the other day that uh I did not label the layers. I
Oh,
forgot to send them, and I felt bad, but at the same time I also know that it's not the end of the world. The publisher, I'm not sending a horribly like there's maybe like 4 layers in it, so it's not like it was a heavy lift on them to deal with.
Yeah, usually the type of work I do have hundreds of layers. Well, not hundreds, but like over 100 layers sometimes.
Yeah, and then you don't label it, and there's someone crying at night, every night, because I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm sure that it makes absolute sense, and there's no problem with it. One, um, the
Sometimes if my editors or art director want the layered files, I would kind of collapse it and make it more
I've done
manageable.
that too, where like they don't need all the layers.
Exactly.
You have your special stash at home of here's my file where everything's still a mess,
Yeah.
and
It's like here's the 200 megabit file. I'll keep the 4 gig file at
yeah,
home.
yeah. You don't need to see the chaos that is me on a regular basis. You can just pretend that it was a small file right from the get-go. Well, let me say thank you so much for joining us tonight and for such a lovely conversation. I know that um, I'm very cognizant of the time frame, the late at night, and the amount of work that you have on your plate, and for you to take the time and chat with us for 3 hours.
Of course. And thank you for having
Yeah.
me. And I've watched like these I watch your live streams from time to time, like, oh my God, I actually got
No,
invited.
oh, this is you. You are not. It's not a oh you got a special invite. It's you are deserving to be on here. And I am honored on my end to say that I had you on and got to know you and hear your input on a variety of art and non-art topics. So I can't say thank you enough for sort of taking the time, because again, I know that time is precious to illustrators.
Yeah, and thank you again for having me, and also happy early Thanksgiving for everybody who celebrates.
All right. Well,
Okay.
go evening, and I will be in touch.
Okay. Have a good night.
All right. You too.
Bye bye.
Bye. All right, folks. Well, I have quite a bit to do here left. I'm making my little rat king here, and then I have so much to do color wise on this thing. But let me I will reset my camera so it's angled the right way, and so you get a better shot of uh, whatever this is. Let me see. Zoom out maybe a little bit if I can. Whoa, I don't want to zoom out that much. There we go. That's a little better. So what I'm trying to do is Rat King. There needs to be hands, sword. This is the original sketch. Just give you a sense of what it looked like. There's going to be snow falling. And I need to do lots of like line details and things of the sort. Like I was going to do some lines that come down through this to sort of showcase the idea of this skirt sort of opening up and things of the sort. So I got quite a bit to do here, but I still have an hour left. So what we're going to do is if I saw there was someone industrial design saying because of AI I can't share my works. I'm not sure what that means, but when I talk about AI, I'm more likely talking about kidlit in particular and the challenges of showcasing work in the kidlit realm to folks, and what am I cutting out here? I was cutting out something. What was I cutting out? I just lost it. Doesn't matter. I know that other industries are going to be affected in different ways. So don't get me wrong by me saying that I'm not as worried. I'm worried for a lot of other folks. I'm not as worried for the kidlit industry as a whole. And so imagine that it can be challenging outside of that. Ooh, look at that yellow. Maybe I should make that crown out of yellow. I think I'm going to. I hope this print's okay, because when I go to print this for Christmas cards, it's gonna, or for holiday cards rather, this yellow might be a challenge, but I like this yellow, so this yellow it has to be. I just gotta get this old crown off here that was starting to stick. So ask me questions in the chat. I'm happy to answer. Again, for those that tuned in late, that was Cornelia Li who was able to join us. Tomorrow, or more likely Friday, I'm going to make the ads for the next month. And so expect to find some interesting folks in the mix there of folks that are going to be joining us. I know that there's a handful of folks that will be exciting. I also think next month, if I remember correctly, we have a game in Doodle, which we haven't done in ages. For those that don't know, that's me and 3 other illustrators playing goofy games with art. And we got a good cast that will be joining us, and you'll see when I post that. But Mrs. Hoffy, you ask, what materials was she working with? She was working with pencils on Bristol, and I believe some, oh shoot, what brand was it? I'm trying to remember what brand it was. Some gouache. I'm drawing a blank on the brand. If I can remember, I will tell you, but right now I can't remember, so bear with it. I know that it was not a standard brand that we've had on before. It was a different brand, but it was real gouache, not acrylic gouache, and so I don't think I even have that brand in my kit over here of regular gouache, so I can't name it off the top of my head. Let's see. I'm not happy with the placement of that. Let me see if I can place it a little better. It's lining up so perfectly with the edge of the ear. I don't want that. I want it to be a little over. There we go. That works better. Okay. So again, if you're watching, you have questions, besides my wife asking me what materials, let me answer for you. Let me see if I can get you the answers you want. And if not, if I can't get you the answers you want, then I owe you one? I don't know what I'm saying at this point. I'm going to make this beard a little bit wider. I know the Nutcracker is supposed to be young, I think. He's supposed to be handsome and young, but I want this I want the full Nutcracker white beard, so we're getting the full Nutcracker white beard. And this, I just want to block out some of the arms and things that are back there, so they're a little less noticeable. Same thing with that edge of the skin tone. That's right there. Rough that out. There we go. Get rid of some of that. There we go. Okay. Now, hands. Where's that skin tone stuff? I was probably going to do like a little shadow underneath so that he's leaping. And this guy, I'm not sure what he's going to be doing, but probably leaping. But we'll get there. So let's get some hands in this piece. So, what kind of questions do people have? No one has any questions? Come on, people. Don't disappoint me. Don't make me feel bad on Thanksgiving Eve. Can't believe you would do that. That's so horrible. Is anybody watching any fun shows that I need to know about? Is anybody cooking right now in the background? It's late at night to be doing that. Well, I guess if you're on the West Coast, it's not that late. What is on the West Coast? It's 8 o'clock on the West Coast. could still be cooking. It's okay if they are. Is everybody cooking today or tomorrow? I'm cooking tomorrow, Lauren. Minus that pie I made you. Did you hear it all from your parents or your brother at all after I sent the thing? That was the one that I sent you, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. You didn't even try to get anything new. You just read the same thing I sent you and tried to take credit for it. Not cool. For those that didn't hear, okay, I'll answer that in a second. Smith A. Dross. Thanksgiving is tomorrow, obviously, in the States, and the place we were going is supposed to get over a foot of snow. And so we are not going to that location. Yes, I'll answer that too, Lauren. So first, Smith A. Draw says, what kinds of paper do I use? It's primarily tracing paper that's been painted. So I just take acrylic gouache and trace or not trace, but paint the paper. And then sometimes I've been adding in, do I have any scrap of it here? I do. Just some like plain old copy paper that's acid free, that's like colorful. And that's basically it for paper. I attach it to illustration board. And so I get a nice sort of clean, stiff board to be able to play off of. So it doesn't warp like crazy. It does curl. Like right now it is curling a little bit on me, but it's not horrible. Enough that I can manage it. But I'm going to go and I'm going to put a little yellow stripe on this guy's hat. Maybe a little stripe for a belt. I don't know. We'll see. But it's just plain old tracing paper. If you want to know the brand, I believe it is Strathmore. Is that right? It is, yes, Strathmore. Strathmore tracing paper. I just like that transparency so you can see through in sections, so it's just not so flat. What other questions do we have? See how easy that is? Someone asks a question, and I answer, and then I have time for another question. What am I making tomorrow? Oh, great question. Oh, wait, my wife wanted me to answer something. I am on my site right now, there's artwork that you can buy. Yeah, there's my wife asking the question right now. There's artwork that you can buy on my site. And I might add some more stuff in the coming days. So people who are interested in buying a little piece of Hoffmann history, you are welcome to partake and go buy yourself a lovely piece of artwork, or someone else a piece of artwork for the holidays. I try to keep the prices low to move. In fact, what was I going to say? Some of the stuff I've done on these gabbing doodles will be on there. There's a few pieces I want to keep for myself, but there are a good chunk of them that I'm just like, nope, I can get rid of them. And so if you've had your eye on one that I've done on one of these gabbing doodles, and you're like, I need to get my hand on that one, you let me know, and it might be one that's on there. Or if it's not, you can even reach out and just say, hey, Mark, you did a piece once that involved a pterodactyl pooping on some dinosaurs. I really would love to hang that over my couch in my living room. So when guests come over, that's what they see first. And I will quote you a price. So there's that. You're welcome, world. Do you like that, Lauren? Do you want to hang a piece like that over the sofa? We don't have a spot over the sofa to hang stuff. You didn't even think of that until I said that, and now that you did, you have to give me credit for saying that first. It's true. Did you just ask me, Lauren, what I want for the holidays for my gifts? Oh, okay. Well, I'll answer you. What would I like for the holidays, everybody? What kind of things do I deserve for the holidays? Lovely composition. What's your advice for a newbie to work on composition? Good question. Good question. I'm going to make this lady have some crazy blonde hair up here. I don't know how it's going to look. Composition. Best ways to work on composition. Ready? Let me pull out my sketchbook or a sketchbook or something of the sort. Here. Whoop. Here's my advice. I've probably done it in here multiple times. Okay, there we go. Good side. I'm going to draw with the lovely marker here. What you do is you go look up artists that you like. You go find an artist. I don't know, let's say, but someone probably in a different genre than what you do. So like, you might go and say like, oh, I really love Winslow Homer's work, or I really love Caravaggio, or I really love, whoever it may be. And you go and you draw their through lines. So you take their compositions. You say, hey, here's their drawing. And let's say in the case of Winslow Homer, he has this, lovely rocky shoreline, blah, 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 blah. There's this big wave crashing up over here, and there's a little boat off in the distance. He's got waves over here. Maybe there's some rock that's right here, and then we have like a storm cloud that's over here. What I do is I go and I take that piece, and then I go and I just draw those lines that are important. So I go like this, and something in here. And that's my composition to play with, right? Now, the idea is not to do the exact same thing. So I'm using the composition, but I'm not using the objects that are within it. So I might look at that and I might say, let's see, I'm going to do the equivalent of, I'm not looking at this, I'm just going to make up a scenario. There is a pizza party, and there is the guy bringing the pizza out to the table. Looks like he has a cold. Great, perfect. Okay, so here's my scenario. I have this composition. Now I start to look and say, is there a way to like play with this composition by turning it, by changing it? So like even like the equivalent of if I did this, this could become cheese. Let's say this is a pizza down here. And this is a piece of pizza that's being lifted up. So it's, a hand here, fingers underneath. It's lifting up to pizza. And this is maybe a face. Ooh, here's some teeth. An eye. Ooh, they're looking at that pizza. And then in the distance here, we can see like the counter. And here's where we have the pizza guy who's got a cold and he's blowing his nose in the background. And all of a sudden, I've used that composition in a new way without necessarily being a complete repeat of what's there. So it's basically like changing objects, changing colors, changing what's in the piece, but use that composition. So what I do is instead of just doing it once, go take an artist, like if we took Winslow Homer, and he might have these different through lines in his work, and I'm just drawing those compositions, whatever they may be, and I'm filling up a book. I'm not writing down what those items are. I'm just making a bunch of different ideas for compositions. There's a whole bunch of them, right? Boom, 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 boom. Here's another one. This one looks like this. Here's another one, and it looks like this. Now, if I come in and I say, I need to do a piece that's about a dog that ate a shoe and now has everybody's chasing the dog, and there's one person in the background that's missing a shoe. Well, now I start to go look through these and I say, like, are there any through lines that start to register in that way that I can start to play with that idea of the dog? So I might look at something like this last one I drew. Sure, here's my dog. It's running in the distance. He's got some shoelaces sticking out of his bum because he ate a shoe. And then we have a figure here that's running after the person. This is the sun. The sun's going down. Here's horizon line or a fence or something like that the dog's trying to run through. And I can put some other people in here. And all of a sudden I made that into that story. That composition was not intended to be that, but I might be able to take that same story and go over to one of these and say, okay, well, here's another way to play this. I might be able to say, you know, what if this is crosswalks and here's the dog and it's running zigzag through here. This is some street corners. There's buildings here, you know, windows on buildings. The dog's running through. All of a sudden I've used this as a different composition for the same idea. But these might be totally different images that I'm pulling from. They might be like weird landscapes or things of the sort. And so just that idea of like, it's the equivalent of going and stealing a color palette from a piece that you love. You remove everything else but the color palette you take. Same thing here. You're taking only the through lines of the composition, and that's it. And if you do that, again, you're not running into copyright law or anything of the sort. I'm not saying you should go steal, but I think it's going to help you start to like find interesting compositions and different ideas without necessarily having to reinvent the wheel, if that makes any sense. I hope that helps. I hope so. Ooh, I like the idea that she's got this like, I wonder if her hair should go off the top. Is that crazy talk? What if she has hair going off the top and then she has two shoes sticking off the bottom? That could be fun. Maybe I'll do that. She's got this big like bouffant hairdo. So Smith A draws. I hope that helped. I like the idea of her hair going off the top. It's a little weird. A little weird, but let's see. Let's see if we can solve it. I can get that hair there, and then maybe trim that one in about that much. I'm trying to get it so it matches the basic with the head. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to go like this. And just curve these in. So she's this. Boom. Over here. But I'll figure that out as I get there. Maybe I make it a little crooked. Am I still live? Okay, it's the iPad's having problems. Ugh. Should I save it and come back with a part 2? What? Okay, I will in a second. Let me. Quick quote. Yeah, I will in a second. Give me a minute. All right. If people can still hear me, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to come back. All right. As Matthew McConaughey would say, all right. We are back, everybody. We had a little problem with our Wi-Fi, which meant that I turned it off. I put up part 1. So if you want to, you can go back and watch that, but wait until you watch part 2 here. I'm working on a illustration for the Nutcracker. Just a fun little illustration of it. There's my original sketch. There's what I'm working on. I put my sketch back up so I can look at it. And I'm just doing sort of detail stuff and finishing up. I spent the last 3 hours, roughly, talking to Cornelia Li, who was a lovely to chat with. And I am now in the part of the night where I talk to you, the crowd. And so if you have things that you would like to... Wait, what is going on there? Oh, it's the old stalled out one. If there's things that you would like to chat about or anything of the sort, jump on the comments there and ask questions, state things, tell me what you want to talk about. Tonight is for you. What happened to the live feed there? Okay, let me try that again. There we go. And we're back. Let me zoom out a little so we get a little bit better shot there. There we go. We are, I don't even know how many hours until we're eating Thanksgiving meal. We are going to be having a mini version of it at our house because the house we were supposed to attend was supposed to get 13 inches of snow tomorrow, and we are not driving and getting trapped in 13 inches of snow. And so we are going to have a few folks over here, and we will survive with the food that we have. Luckily, I bought enough food probably for plenty of people, and it should be a-okay. All I really want is mashed potatoes, and I bought stuff for mashed potatoes, and I bought extra potatoes anyway, so we should be good. But what kind of questions do we have, folks? How can I help you? I think it may be just me, and I don't know who else is on right now. Small crowd tonight. Tonight is I have a feeling everybody's resting up before the big festivities tomorrow. So if you're watching, if you're out there watching right now and you have a question, this is your chance. Oh, yeah, what? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like right back after, like they can put it in the comments and then, wait, if they put it in the comments, don't the comments just show up right now and that's it? Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, you can write in the comments of the post. That's what my wife's saying. She's smarter than I am. Or in the comments of the YouTube, and I will try to write back and be like, cool, I like that. That's a good idea. Whatever it may be. So. Or if it's a question, I will write back and say, what a great question. That kind of deal. So, you know, now's your chance. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. How often do you get a chance to talk to a superstar like me? This is the part of the night where I start to get stupid. Stupid. Okay. What? I know, it's just us. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it, Lauren. It's weird. I talk to the people in the future? Okay. People of the future. My name is Mark. I come from a time before there was time. Yeah. We're in a time wherein the world is falling apart. I once knew a man. That's it. I once knew a guy. His name was George. Did you know him? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I sound like what's the guy from American Movie, the uncle? Cinnamon. Tell him what? Yeah, you don't. Do you all ever question why I am not insane? Legally. Do you all ever question how I got out of the society of insane people and ended up on YouTube here? Do you all ever wonder? Do you all ever wonder? Do you all ever wonder? You probably don't. Rude. Okay, we got more people. Oh no, we just went back down. What? I'm trying to see if I want to make 2 little yellow feet down at the bottom of this. Is that weird? Is that weird, Lauren? 2 little yellow feet underneath this, so like she's got 2 little yellow feet that are. She's got that big dress, or should you not see her feet at all? I mean, I think part of it is you don't see anything. She just walks out and then she's got, so maybe no feet. Yeah. Yeah, there's people under there. I need to give her hands, though. Let me give her hands. I need the hand color. There's some hand color right there. I need some hand color. There's some hand color right there. I don't know. It's the part where like the nutcracker's doing stuff and things. You're welcome. There's a hand. Let's give her a hand. Whoop. I want this bigger section right here so I can cut out another tiny hand. Those fingers are too long. Whoop. Okay. Ooh, we're gaining people, Lauren. We're gaining people. People who showed up to the party. Better late than never. Da, da, da. All those people that are watching right now who are like, what is going on? Why don't you say so in the comments? Why don't you ask me what's going on, then I'll tell you. I don't speak until it's in the comments. I don't trust. You're probably some sort of bot. Until I see a real question in the comments about what am I doing? Who am I? Where did I come from? What planet is this? Oh, MSI Illustration's back. MSI Illustration was here all night. They know what I'm doing. I'm making a piece. That's it. That's the answer. I'm making a piece. Oh, wait, MSI, who are you and where did you come from and where am I? Ooh, good question, good question. Okay, who am I? My name is Doug, I am on Earth, but Earth circa the year 3002. And you are a time traveler. You came back to the past. No, to the future. I didn't even get it right. You decided to come to the future and find out all the secrets of the universe. And I have them. Woo! I'm sorry. What, Lauren? I apologize for my behavior. I apologize for my wife's behavior. She's upstairs making fun of everybody. She's calling everybody's name. She's like, oh, look at this person's Instagram handle. It's the worst. And then she laughs and laughs, and she's like looking at your Instagram pages. And she's like, what a waste of space. That's what she said, not me. So if you need to know what her Instagram handle is, to write her back and let her know that that's not appropriate. It is... I was trying to think of someone else's Instagram handle I could give. I don't know. I got nothing. Don't apologize. It's so much fun. It's okay. We deserve it. Yeah, you do. Acting all tough, coming on here, trying to pretend like you're better than me. That's my nose. That's my mouse nose, or my rat nose. It's the Rat King, right? Not the Mouse King. It's the Rat King. It's the Rat King, baby. Doodle-doo. Doodle-doo-doo. What? Oh yeah, what's this then? Mouse King. Okay, sure. Yeah, the Rat King is the thing where it's like a bunch of mouse or rats whose tails all got stuck together. Which is kind of cool, admittedly. Where a Rat King came from? Probably Ratsylvania. Ooh, vampire rats. This Prismacolor just broke. Hey, Prismacolors, get your act together. That's what I say. You can just lightly blow on them and their core will break. See if I can sharpen it. Just to the point where I can still draw with it. There we go. What I want to do, and a zoom, and a boom, boom. Y'all want to hear a sad story? Here's a sad story. So we were going to go up for Thanksgiving to my brother-in-law's for Thanksgiving. You already probably heard that we're not going up there. Here's the saddest part. We took our dogs in to doggy daycare for boarding for the next day or 2 days because they're not open tomorrow, so we couldn't pick them up tomorrow when we got back late. And so now they're stuck at boarding even though we're home the whole time. And I could be right now snuggling with those dogs. And instead, all I got is my god-awful wife upstairs. She's up there just like, when are you going to come snuggle me instead? And I'm like, ugh, gross. Like, give me some room, lady, you know? And then she's all like, I love you. And I'm like, ugh. Let's throw up in my mouth a little. It's disgusting. Like, if you love me so much, why don't you go away? Who needs ya, you know? That's what I say. I mean, like, yuck. She's like real, like, barf-a-rama. People said they love that they can hear you laughing, so that's coming through good at least. At least that's all you have to hear. You don't have to hear complaining about me all the time. Ooh, that got away from me, and so did that. Wipe it up. Wipe it up. So late nights like this, I get stupid and I start making dumb comments and start teasing my wife and other things. And then I got a new therapist, and I mentioned that I do these. And I said, oh, if you ever go on and you look at my feed, please keep in mind that I'm still a good person, and I'm just teasing and having fun. And then she said, do I need to worry about your wife? And I said, no. I said, she's only a threat to me, not anybody else. She doesn't know where you live yet. That's what I said. So don't worry about it. And she's like, my therapist was like, whew, close call. I was like, yeah. Yeah. Do not talk to her, trust me. I'm like, I will fall on that sword to save everybody. Shoo! Okay, let's get hair stuck down on the big dress lady. I don't know what her name is, but she's a big dress lady. What? She probably does. Mother Ginger? Is that really what it is? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I am. You're in big trouble now, mister. See, I told you, everybody. You think it's a man? Yeah, it's often played by a man. Yeah. It's often played by a man, Lauren. Told you. I'm gonna let's see if I can give him a purple sword. A purple saber. Ooh. Facts about Mother Ginger. It's a 60-pound skirt. The performer must balance on stilts throughout the act. Usually played by a taller male member of the company. What? Or a community member, like a TV. I just left it at that, like a TV. That's what you said. I'm just repeating what you said. This is all her fault, everybody. Like a TV anchorman. You know who did it once? Jared, our friend Jared did it once. Jared Krasoska. Yes, that Jared Krasoska. The one and only Jared Krasoska. Who is a kidlit person. Who did it somewhere. Is that the one? Yeah, maybe. So I'm trying to find the right Posca marker. Posca marker. Who's a Posca marker? Who's a yeah. Beep, beep, beep. Everybody want to hear a fun joke that I came up with? Yes, we do, Mark. Oh, thanks. What you do is you say to someone, I know this is going to be hard to hear, but, and then you whisper really quietly so they can't hear it. That's it. That's the joke. I know this is going to be hard to hear, but then you go, and then they're like, they laugh and laugh because they really couldn't hear it. It's so good. I don't know what happened to everybody, but my feed died. Well, I mean, I think I know. It said that my battery was dead, but my battery says it has 20% left. So I don't know what happened to Instagram, but it tried to hurt me. And I say, boo! What? Oh yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us on tonight's video. On tonight's third part of the live event, I'm gonna be taking song requests. No, I'm not. Where's my X-Acto blade? Everybody, call the police. Where's my X-Acto blade? Where is it? What? There's that one, but that's not the one I want. Is that it? No, that's graphite. Okay, where did I put it? Oh, it's literally right there in front of me. Of course. Try to get that ground down a little and then come back with some darken. Wash it out. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna give Mr. Mouse here's some warm elbows. Okay, so we got some people. I don't know if people are back, ready to attack. Or what's going on, but I don't know why the feed died on me, but it did. The feed. Okay, let's get some eyeballs on the nutcracker here. Let's see. Let's try to see if there's a color that will work. Is that the Payne's Gray? That's Payne's Gray. That's good. I can work with Payne's Gray. Says I. Bueller. 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 Oh, great. Now my wife joined. So, oh, great. Now my wife joined. It just showed up. Like, what would you do if your wife was constantly showing up at your work? Still need to figure out what I need. I need something else like right here. Should he have two swords? Oh, that's crazy. There should be just a little something right there. Maybe it's I just do more white striping there or something like that to make it more pronounced. That. And the other option is to make a little sliver of black, like that's where people are coming out, or a dark sliver that's there. If I went like this and did. No? You don't like it? Is that what you just said? Give her a big hug, I think. Is that MSI? Illustration says. I mean, I guess that's true. I probably should, but you know, the smell. This is me harping on you just constantly. Whew. Some little elbow pads. Maybe I'll give yeah, back to lighter note. Tiny Tim's dead. Well, after all those years where you said you wanted him dead, Lauren, I couldn't believe you made all those voodoo dolls. We're sticking pins in it all the time. Couldn't believe it. Oh, so he died in Minneapolis then. Gotcha. I mean, it's weird that you saw him in the first place. Like, most people aren't going out of their way to see Tiny Tim, Lauren. But I guess some of us aren't as big of fans as you are. Same time? That's pretty awesome. Lou Ferrigno, Tiny Tim, and Linda Blair. It would have been cooler if they like drove together to get there. Okay, let's get some smiles or something on these folks. What was her name? Miss Sue? Little Miss Sue? Sitting on a rocker, eating Betty Crocker. Okay, let's see. I need. Look for it. There's a color I want, and I can't seem to find it in this batch. That's not cool. I want like a nice sort of warm reddish brown at one point. I don't see it anymore. And that's dinky. Is that it? Oh, there we go. That's good. That'll work. Give a little. I also think she should probably be eyes closed, but there we go. Maybe her mouth is actually darker than that. The eyes, the light's gonna come and go. Okay, we're getting there, folks. Okay. Slowly climbing the ladder. Also the guy who played Eddie Monster. My wife met him. And she ended up with me. Take that, Eddie Monster. Think you're better than me? You ain't. I'll wait for that to dry. I still feel like there needs to be something over here, and I don't know what. A present. Maybe that's it. Maybe I give him a little present that's like the Nutcracker box. Is that crazy? What should be in his hand, Lauren? Yeah. It still needs a little something over here to balance it out. It's too heavy on this side, and I need something else that's like, or I need something that's like in the range of like this. I'm just gonna cut out a piece. Like somewhere in there. You know what I mean? Like something there or something like this. But what? Chicken butt. What? A nut. Good idea. What kind of nut, though? What are my choices? What are my choices? I don't even know what kind of nuts. Like, there's that, like, Christmas mix. I want it to look like a brain. What's a hazelnut look like? What? Like the nut emoji? Huh? Let's see. So it came up and went like this, and then came up. Yeah, like this. And then what I do is I color it. So it's got a little punch of the old red. There we go. Sorry, everybody. I had to bang that around to get the. Paint out here. Let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. What? Mixed nuts? Ugh, nuts. It's probably only you and I that get that in this crowd. Ugh. Nuts. Trying to get other colors into it so it feels a little less purple. There we go. I'll give him a little nut in his hand. Yeah. Maybe a little, I'll give a little trim of something on it so it, in this yellow. So okay, I gotta let it dry now though. Nuts. I heard that. And now I'm searching for my X-Acto blade again. There it is, found it. Color up too much. Let's get back in there with a little dark there. Okay, now I can get his eyeballs in there finally. Those are dry. About nuts and pits? My wife's looking at nuts and pits. It's because I make fun of her all the time. Now she's off looking at other nuts and pits. Oh, man. I knew she had a thing for pits, but come on. Inappropriate. My wife is so inappropriate. Let's see if I can get. Put a little shadow underneath like this. Is that too much? That's too much. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a little bit of this stinky reds in the tree. Stinky reds. Fluorescent red. If I do say so myself. What time is it? Ooh, girl. It's late. Some of us gotta get up in the morning and slave over a hot stove. It's me. I gotta do that. No one's asking any questions anymore. No one's watching? You were watching? Yeah, like I said, no one's watching. Remember when your dad gave me permission to marry you? He's like, yes, please. Get her off our hands. Do you remember that? MSI, I'm watching mostly. Me too. Do you think I should do snow or not, Lauren? I was originally thinking I wanted to, but now I'm thinking like, I did the dots on the tree. I don't know if it really needs it. Should it? Should I put in words down here? It just says, "Aw, nuts." That's our Christmas card. Oh wait, no, it'd be this. What'd you say? What looks like an almond? You know what it looks like in there? Jason Priestley, Luke Perry. That's what it looks like inside of a peach pit. Zing-a-ding-ding-ding. What'd you say? Lady cyanides don't... Oh, got it. Good thing I had that peach pit down here. I was eyeing that whole time. Because it had Luke Perry, Jason Priestley in it. Here you go, Lauren. Aw, nuts. What do you think? And then we write on the inside, it's that time of year again. Do you want it to say on nuts? MSI illustration, it's tracing paper. A digital version? Well, what I can do is I can scan in the texture and then just cut out the letters later too. Here's what I'll do. I'll cut a section of it here. It's like the right color combo. Nuts. You know what's funny is like I could do this like this, but I'm so stupid. I'm gonna go stick it down to board so it has the same wrinkles and everything. Ah, nuts. There's my glue. There's my glue. It sounded like Obama for there's my glue. I mean, not really, but in my mind it did. Don't challenge me on it. No one should question this genius. Ah, nuts. Sometimes when it gets late at night like this and I start getting goofy, I question like if the person who was on originally in the night tuned in, what they would think. Like even the equivalent of like they were here for a while and everything was fine, and then like even if we didn't have a separate section or have to restart, and they're watching like, oh, that's great, I'm just gonna watch the finish of this, and then it's me going like, my wife's the dumbest, and then like they're like, wait, whoa, I was on that. I can't believe I was on that with him, you know. I mean, you ever think about that, Lauren? Even though you're the dog. What'd you say? Yeah. Like how to spell can. Yeah. And what is a can? Why is the toilet called a can sometimes? Like, he's on the can. What does that even mean? Why is it he on the can? Why can't it be she on the can or they on the can? Is the can a like guy term? These are the hard-hitting questions. Like, is it just guys who use the can? Like, is there ever a lady out at like a fancy restaurant who's like, I gotta go to the can? Told you, hard-hitting questions. This is the tough questions that no one else is gonna ask. Z-Fan, thank you. I noticed you didn't say you liked the conversation, you just like the I'm being sassy. So here, well, I'm cleaning up my desk. I'm gonna get some of this stuff off of here, and then I'll show when I finish for the night. My eye itches. Someday our son's gonna watch these all back when he's older, and he's gonna be like, I never knew that Mark was so smart. That's what he's gonna say. I never knew that. Because he thinks I'm a real dum-dum. Sometimes, especially when I try to show him how air pockets and soda bottles work. Which is a long story, and it's not for tonight. They laughed and laughed. I also will remember Charlie like nearly shooting something. I forget what he was drinking, but almost snorting it out of his nose when we played that Ween song. Push the little daisies, and he like couldn't control himself because he thought it was so funny. All right, here, let's see. I'm gonna clean up this mess here as best I can. There we go. Okay, ready? Cleaner. It's not perfect. Okay, let's see. That's what we'll end on for the night. We'll end on this little image. So I made my little nutcracker image. There we go. Okay, folks. That's it for the night. I need to go rest up. So tomorrow I get dressed up. Oh, that was good. It's a good rhyme. Again, for those that didn't tune in early, what's your problem? For those that did, you already know the scoop, but we had Cornelia Li on, who joined us for a lovely conversation at the beginning. On Friday, I'll be releasing the next group of illustrators. They're going to be joining me on here. And then, I forget if there's anything else. Nothing. What? Oh yeah, and check my artwork from my website for sale. Check my website because I have artwork for sale on there. You can buy originals and some prints. But if you're looking for some lovely piece of magic for the holidays to send off to someone and say, boy, I love you. Magnets. Oh yeah, my son's selling magnets. So if you want your pet turn into a magnet, you can get that. If you want all of that, go find me. Otherwise, y'all have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week on Thursday. Bye!